Hi, are you on? Hi, Jamie, you on? Oops, let's make sure the volume is. Yep. Miss Bond, have you made it onto the bridge? Miss Bond, are you on? Hey, Miss Bond, this is Brian James, Midway
Do
Production.
I have a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Dr. Roundtree and Mr. Roberts, any discussion? Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll?
Sorry, I'm mute just in case.
Jamie's not connected yet?
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Pardon?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion carries. Next, we will have the Eastern Montgomery Elementary School 5th grade choir with us tonight to perform the national anthem with Director Marcy Craig.
We're started. Well, because when I mute it, is that not sending it also back out to the room?
It is, but do you want to put up with the griping for
Okay, because it just sounds good. God to hear it through the recording and then listen to it.
Takes a long ride every time.
It sucks I can't mute it in the room.
Hi, Ms. Thomas, Brian with Midway Production. Are you on?
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I think Dr. Gimble and I will step down, and Dr. Roundtree will take over on our supports and recognitions.
That was my phone.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't mess up.
All right.
Well, y'all make it
Well, y'all
around.
make it around.
Participation of student school board representatives on the Montgomery County School Board is a vital part of giving voice to the students in our school community. Tonight, we would like to recognize this year's student school board representatives for their thoughtful participation and dialogue throughout the year. I'll wait until they actually make it around before I read the rest. All right. The 2025-2026 Student School Board representatives are Laura Altizer from Auburn High School. If you can come up as I call your name. Olivia Blacksburg High School. Avi Gandhi from Christiansburg High School. It's Cyrus Underwood from Eastern Montgomery High School.
So I would personally like to thank each of you for your participation and your input. I say this every year. I was very leery when we first discussed
Ms. Bond, are you on?
the matter of having student representatives on the board, but it has been nothing but a pleasure. So thank you so much for your commitment and for your dedication and input as to how Montgomery County Schools will serve the community and our students best.
Ms. Bond, are you on?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
So next, the administration would like to recognize Brooks Underwood, who placed first as the elementary school winner from Falling Branch Elementary School in the 2026 Blue Ridge Spring Regional Forum Art Content. So Glenn Chilcote.
Yeah. So it is my pleasure to recognize Brooks Underwood for an outstanding achievement in the visual arts. Brooks was selected as the winner of the 2026 VSBA Blue Ridge Spring Regional Forum Art Contest, an honor that reflects not only artistic talent, but creativity, dedication, and a strong personal voice. I would also like to thank Dr. Anderson, principal at Falling Branch, and Maggie Maloney, Brooks' art teacher, for their support and commitment. On behalf of Montgomery County Public Schools, we are incredibly proud of Brooks and this accomplishment. Please join me in congratulating Brooks Underwood.
So next, we'll recognize our Seniors of the Month. Dr. Lori Comer, Director of Secondary Education, will start our presentation for Seniors of the Month.
Good evening, Vice Chair Roundtree, our school board members, student representatives, and Dr. Gimple. As we bring forth our last group of seniors, we would like to wish these students and all of our seniors across Montgomery County Public Schools the very best in their future as they'll be graduating in just a few short weeks. Tonight, we are proud to celebrate the remarkable achievements of these outstanding seniors from each of our high schools. These students embody leadership, resilience, and dedication, making a lasting impact on their school communities. Their profiles, which are on display out in the lobby, they will be on display over in the central office lobby. They highlight all of their talents.
Midway Production.
These exceptional students represent the best of our schools. Each school administrator will come forward in the following order. Mr. Hurd,
Okay, thank you.
Showalter, Mr. Newman, and Mr. Lewis. We will begin with Mr. Hurd.
Where possible, just keep your microphone muted. And then we'll go, and everything will be great. Any questions?
Great, thank you.
Good evening.
No, I'm good, thank you. I was thinking that I just did it on my iPad, so
Nevada
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Nevada has been an exemplary student while at Auburn High School and has particularly shined in her business courses and in her ability to lead. Nevada has held offices in many clubs, coordinated many events and fundraisers for the betterment of her school and community. Her business teacher said of Nevada, as our FBLA vice president, she has been an essential part of planning and coordinating our FBLA activities, trips, and conferences. She's always the first to step up to coordinate, plan, and organize our activities, informing the members when deadlines are approaching, and organizing spreadsheets with financial and event information. A true large task for high school students. We've been organizing our state competition trip to Reston, Virginia and Washington, D.C., and I traditionally allow the seniors to plan the downtown Washington, D.C. part of the trip. Nevada took a leadership role and sent out surveys to students and used the results to help organize the details. She has also stepped up to do deposits when our treasurer was traveling between schools. Nevada plans to major in business in college, and I'm sure she will be successful in college, career, and beyond. Nevada plans to attend Ferrum College to obtain a bachelor's degree in business management with plans to work in the business world. Congratulations, Nevada.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Gimple. It is my privilege to present to you the Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month. This evening, I would like to recognize Peter DeLapp as the May Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month. Peter is here tonight with his family. I would like to invite him to come join me up front. I would like to share a brief statement from one of Peter's teachers who has recognized him as an outstanding and deserving student. This statement highlights just how exceptional Peter truly is. Peter has been named the Senior of the Month for Blacksburg High School, a well-deserved honor reflecting his exceptional dedication to his school community. Currently excelling in Introduction to Engineering Design, Peter consistently puts forth 100% effort. He stands out by interacting with his younger classmates as a true peer, serving as a patient and admirable model of the student behavior within the classroom. Beyond academics, Peter has been a vital asset to the BHS Theater Department, lending his talents to technical theater by constructing sets and managing sound and lighting for the events like Multicultural Night that was this past April 10th. His well-rounded school spirit is further evidenced by his active participation across sports, theater, and various clubs. Peter's commitment to excellence and his supportive nature make him a shining example of what it means to be a BHS Bruin. Congratulations, Peter.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Gimple. It is my pleasure to introduce the May Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School as Mr. Avi Gandhi. I would like to ask Avi and his family to come forward at this time, please.
You got to call in on your phone to electronic participation. I don't remember doing that. And I can't, I guess I could put it on speaker. That's why I didn't. Okay.
When asking some of Avi's teachers to describe him, they said, Avi is an exceptional young man who truly embodies the core values of Christiansburg High School through his outstanding moral character and contagious sense of positivity. A conscientious and studious leader, Avi has distinguished himself by balancing a rigorous academic schedule with high-level internships at Carilion Clinic and a local dental office, a feat that speaks volumes about his maturity, self-motivation, and professionalism. Throughout his senior year, he has served as a dedicated advocate for his school in his role as a student representative, a position he treats with the utmost seriousness and honor. Whether collaborating with a team to achieve a common goal or leading with humility and enthusiasm across his various leadership roles, Avi consistently prioritizes the success of the collective over individual glory. His drive to excel and his unwavering commitment to education serve as an inspiration to his peers, making him a well-rounded student and a respected leader who is an absolute pleasure to have in the CHS community. Avi plans to attend Columbia University to pursue a degree in biomedical engineering. Congrats, Avi.
Good evening, members of the school board and Dr. Gimple. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to recognize the EMHS Senior of the Month, Hannah Shanks. Hannah's here with her family, and I ask that they come forward at this time. Carla Mitchell, EMHS librarian, shared the following about Hannah. Hannah Shanks embodies the values of leadership, service, and integrity of the Eastern Montgomery High School Mustangs. One of Hannah's strongest characteristics is her unwavering dependability and positivity. Hannah does not simply participate in multiple clubs and organizations, she follows through in all of the tasks for which she volunteers or is given. Whether working independently or leading a group, Hannah works exceptionally well with others. Her leadership skills are best displayed through her active involvement in the Student Council, FBLA, Beta Club, and speech and debate teams. A prime example of her capability was her pivotal role as co-vice president of the Student Council, where she was instrumental in planning and executing the 2025 homecoming. She has a solid ability to balance executive details and creativity. She has also been a dedicated member of the VHSL speech and debate team, practicing and competing diligently for Southwestern Virginia Forensics Leagues and the VHSL tournaments. Beyond her wonderful work ethic and organizational skills, she approaches challenges with creativity and a positive attitude that lifts the morale of those around her. However, what truly sets Hannah apart is her character. She is a well-rounded young lady with a deep faith and a wonderful sense of humor. She loves her family and her friends fiercely and has a true compassion for her peers and community. Please join me in congratulating Hannah Shanks, May Senior of the Month.
Montgomery County Public Schools has been named one of the best communities for musical education by the NAMM Foundation for 2026. Glenn Chilcote, Administrator of Fine Arts, will begin this recognition.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roundtree, Chair Purcell, Dr. Gimple, and good evening, everyone. Tonight, I am proud to recognize our music educators across Montgomery County Public Schools for earning the 2026 Best Communities for Music Education designation from the NAMM Foundation. This national recognition reflects the strength of our music programs and, most importantly, the dedication and excellence of our teachers. Their work provides meaningful opportunities for students to grow, perform, and succeed through music each and every day. I need to add that there are about 1,000 schools in our nation that have received this award, but only fewer than 10 that have received it over 20 years, and we have received this award for now 21 years. So we're actually one of the top 4 schools for music education in the nation. We are very fortunate to have such an exceptional group of educators serving our students. I will call each teacher up to be recognized, and I ask that everyone please hold your applause until the end. And I also need to note that many of our teachers are currently, right now, at spring concerts or musical rehearsals, which only highlights their commitment to the students of MCPS. If I could ask you two to, all right. Sharon Anderson, Joey Ballard, Annie Chilcote.
What schools?
Oh, you're gonna put me on the spot here. Sharon Anderson from Christiansburg Middle School, Joey Ballard from Christiansburg Middle School, Annie Chilcote from Auburn Elementary School, Rachel Colby from Eastern Montgomery High School and Shawsville Middle School, Marcy Craig from Eastern Montgomery Elementary School, Natalie Gibbs from Bellevue Elementary, Kelly Griever from Blacksburg Middle, Haley Jones from Blacksburg High School, Heather McClafferty from Christiansburg Primary School, Shane Mercy from Blacksburg Middle School, David Miller from Christiansburg High School, Kristen Mitchell from Margaret Beeks Elementary School, Daryl Pearman from Blacksburg High School, Brian Peters from Christiansburg Elementary School, Brian Quakenbush from Blacksburg Middle School, Matthew Roten from Kipps Elementary, Harrison Rossin from Montgomery Central, Dawn Seacrest from Auburn High School and Middle, Katie Seidemann from Auburn High School and Auburn Middle, Katrina Shapiro from Gilbert Lincas Elementary School, Krista Sowers from Christiansburg High School, Liz Stair from Harding Avenue Elementary School, Laura Tavermina from Christiansburg Middle School, Tara Yates from Falling Branch Elementary, and Eric Young from Prices Fork Elementary. Please join me in congratulating our MCPS music teachers.
The administration is proud to recognize two of our administrators recently named Virginia Department of Education Principals of Distinction. Dr. Lori Comer, Director of Secondary Education, will begin this recognition tonight.
The Virginia Department of Education has announced the inaugural 2025-2026 Virginia Principals of Distinction, recognizing outstanding school leaders who have completed the new statewide recognition and professional development program. Developed in partnership with the Virginia Association of Secondary School Principals, the Virginia Association of Elementary School Principals, and the Virginia Board of Education, this honor highlights principals who demonstrate excellence in student achievement, instructional leadership, and school culture. These leaders, selected through a rigorous process, have completed advanced training and a capstone project, reflecting a very strong commitment to continuous improvement and to meeting the needs of every student across the Commonwealth. MCPS is fortunate to have two individuals out of 25 statewide that have been nominated and accepted into this elite inaugural class. In addition, these two individuals will have additional certifications added to their licensure. At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Megan Arthur to please come forward. Dr. Megan Arthur is our ELA curriculum administrator, and she joined us at MCPS on July 1st, 2025. She had been nominated from her previous division right before coming to MCPS, so we stole her. She was allowed to continue with the process, which included professional development program and the capstone project. It is a pleasure that I present to you Dr. Megan Arthur, and her capstone project included a book study with EMES. Congratulations, Megan.
I will stay. I won't run away.
Don't run away. Next, I would like to ask Ms. Morgan to come forward. Our next Principal of Distinction was nominated last spring by MCPS. Ms. Morgan was nominated while principal at CES. On July 1st, 2025, she transitioned over to CMS as principal. Ms. Morgan's capstone project was entitled From Standards to Systems, a Replicable Model for School Improvement. This is a model that Ms. Morgan is implementing right now at CMS in her inaugural year as a middle school principal. The model that she has presented has the ability to be replicated by many others throughout the Commonwealth. So join me in congratulating these two ladies as Virginia Department of Education Principals of Distinction.
So in our efforts to recognize outstanding leaders in MCPS, each year the school division selects 2 employees to receive the Leader of the Year award. This award complements our annual Teacher of the Year and Support Staff Employee of the Year recognitions. Earlier this spring, MCPS employees had the opportunity to nominate an outstanding leader in the school division for recognition. A committee reviewed the candidates and selected 2 individuals as MCPS's Leaders of the Year, one as an Instructional Leader of the Year and one as an Operational Leader of the Year. We are pleased to recognize Montgomery County's Leaders of the Year at this time. Dr. Tom Brewster, Acting Director of Human Resources, will begin this recognition.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Gempel. It is a pleasure for me to present the MCPS Leader of the Year Awards. This award complements our annual Teacher of the Year and Support Staff Employee of the Year recognitions. Earlier this spring, MCPS employees had the opportunity to nominate an outstanding leader in the school division for recognition. A committee reviewed the candidates and selected 2 individuals as MCPS Leaders of the Year, one as Instructional Leader and one as Operational Leader. I'd like to begin by recognizing our Instructional Leader of the Year, Brandon Keith, Principal, Shawsville Elementary School. And if Brandon and his guests will come forward at this time. It is my honor to celebrate Mr. Brandon Keith, Principal of Shawsville Middle School, who has been named MCPS Instructional Leader of the Year. Mr. Keith is recognized for his transformative leadership, his unwavering commitment to student success, and his ability to cultivate a school culture that is both supportive and inclusive. What truly sets Mr. Keith apart is his genuine hands-on approach to leadership. He makes it a priority to know every student by name, creating an environment where each student feels seen, valued, and welcomed. That personal connection is just not admirable, it's foundational to the strong community there that he's built. Mr. Keith leads with collaboration at the forefront. He empowers his staff, strengthens relationships across his school community, and maintains a clear and consistent focus on improving student achievement. Whether he is facilitating professional learning communities, refining school operations, or simply going the extra mile to support a student, he exemplifies professionalism and dedication in everything he does. He is a respected leader known not only for what he accomplishes, but how he brings people together in the process. At this time, we would like to invite Brandon, he's already up here, but we would like to congratulate Brandon as our MCPS Instructional Leader of the Year. It is a great honor to announce Mr. Eddie Walters as our Director of Transportation and our Operational Leader of the Year. Mr. Walters, if you'll come forward with your guests at this time. Mr. Walters is recognized for his dedicated service over the past several decades, his commitment to school safety and student safety, and his strong advocacy for the well-being and professional support of his staff. A trusted and highly respected leader within our school division, Mr. Walters is known for his proactive and efficient approach to operational excellence. In a role where timing, precision, and reliability are essential, he consistently delivers, often beginning his day as early as 3:45 a.m. to monitor conditions and ensure safe and timely transport of our students, especially during inclement weather. His leadership reflects a true service-oriented mindset. Mr. Walters has led meaningful improvements across the department, including the implementation of county-owned fuel centers and enhancement to compensation and benefits for bus drivers and transportation staff. These efforts not only improve efficiency, but also demonstrate his deep respect for the people who make the system work each day. Through his emphasis on teamwork, professionalism, and continuous growth, Mr. Walters has strengthened the reliability and effectiveness of the MCPS Transportation Department. Just as importantly, he has cultivated a culture where staff feel valued, supported, and proud of the vital role that they play in serving our students. At this time, we would like to congratulate Eddie Walters, our Operational Leader of the Year. Thank you.
So the board will now take a brief break to congratulate and thank our honorees for being here tonight.
Okay. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Reed will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. And currently, we do not have any speakers signed up for public address this evening. So with that, public address is now closed. Our next item on the agenda are consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved. The next item is payment of the bills for fiscal year 2025-2026. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved. Second.
Dr. Guitry and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guitry?
Yes.
Ms. Pardon?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Now we'll move on to our business meeting, and we'll start with our report from the superintendent. Dr. Kelly Gimple will provide his report.
Yes, good evening. Just a couple updates, a couple of exciting things going on. First one is Jonathan Marie just represented MCPS down as the regional and district teacher of the year. Did not win state of the year, or state teacher of the year, but he represented us extremely well. I know that I got a call from and talked with the superintendent of schools and for the state, who said he's just a high candidate and did a great job, and they were so impressed with his packet, and he did an excellent job during his interview, which was this past week, and lots of support. But yeah, so very proud of him and representing us well, and now next year we just got to get one more rung on the ladder there, because we had a regional champion. So if you see Jonathan, make sure you congratulate him. He is the reigning champion of the world here for the next year for us, and has represented us in a great way down at the governor's mansion tonight. Visited Shawsville Middle. Got to hang out with our leader of the year a little earlier in the week, and what an energy in that school at all times. No doubt he is so highly deserving of that award. Always impressed when I go by there, just the reaction of the kids as he's walking down the hall. It's like the kids cannot wait to say hi to him and have him acknowledge them back, and he just does he's like a coach walking around, right? A little bit of a celebrity in his own building, and that is obvious that the teachers really adore him as well. And I just want to say congratulations to him. And of course, Eddie always does such a fantastic job for us. I can tell you from working in other divisions that transportation can be an absolute headache for a number of different reasons, and it's just not here. It's because it's so well managed. He is so conscientious with his drivers and with the folks that work in his garage, and treats people so well. He's also a fantastic communicator. And I can't be more proud of the work that he does and the opportunity to work with him. So congratulations also to Eddie Walters on his award. Also visited Eastern Montgomery High School. Had a chance to walk around there the other day. Visited many classes, as well as Auburn Middle, Auburn Elementary, Auburn High. Went by Price's Fork Elementary yesterday. Stopped by Gilbert Linkus this morning, along with Margaret Beeks. Just had an absolute fantastic time watching our teachers at work. Watching our kids just enjoying school. Such great vibes in all of our hallways and all of our buildings, and our building leaders do such a great job. And man, we just have fantastic kids in our schools as well. Attended a track meet on Saturday. That was a huge event over at Christiansburg High School. I don't know how many teams were there, but I saw different colored uniforms all over the place and walked around the entire meet. It was freezing out too, and these poor kids out there in their very small uniforms that they wear for track. It was like, we have people with winter jackets and, winter caps on, and these poor kids are trying to run track out there. But they did an outstanding job. What a well-run event, and what a huge event for Christiansburg High School. We also went over to baseball and soccer at Auburn. I guess that was last night. Got to see some great baseball against Eastern Montgomery and soccer against Eastern Montgomery. Always great to see our folks, working hard on the fields and kind of a lopsided score there, but both teams just played hard to the very end of that baseball game, and the sportsmanship that was displayed is just outstanding. It's just a testimony again to the kids that we have, the families that we serve, and the coaches we have on the field working with them. So the two leaders we also recognize, Megan Arthur and Melinda Morgan. Again, only 25 in the entire state, and we have two of them right here at MCPS. Again, just speaks volumes about the quality of people we have here in our school division. So congratulations to both of those ladies for being recognized for being just outstanding at what they do. I also want to announce that the MCPS FRC robotics team, it's Team 401, the Copperhead Robotics team, competed against over 600 teams in Houston, Texas, and were recognized with the prestigious award called the Excellence in Engineering. This is a team that is made up of all 4 MCPS high schools, students from all 4 schools. It's coached by Michael Culver and Karen Stahl from Blacksburg High School. They were invited to attend and went out there to Texas among 600 teams and won that award. That is outstanding. That was the first time they've attended this event. I think it's the first time that this event has been held. And you can imagine if you've ever been to a robotics competition, it's like organized chaos. There are just booths set up, and they're working on their robotics, on their robot, and they're trying to get it dialed in. And to have 600 teams competing in a large coliseum and to be recognized like that is just awesome. So great job out there to our coaches in Blacksburg and to our team representing MCPS. Blacksburg High School is also currently ranked as the #1 school in the state of Virginia by Max Preps. This is for having state champions and state championships in boys golf, boys and girls cross country, and girls indoor track so far this year. So that puts them in first place going into the spring sports season. So that is absolutely fantastic. They have won state championships both in the winter and in the fall and are currently sitting at #1. And then finally, I put out a video today on Facebook on our MCPS Facebook site, just recognizing and congratulating and just honoring our teachers here in this division. Worked in 5 other divisions, and I can tell you that I would put our teachers up against any teachers in any division just for the way they conduct their business. They are so professional, so good at what they do. Every single day that they show up, they're making an impact, and you can tell that the intentionality for making a difference in kids' lives it's just there and apparent. And I just want to congratulate our teachers. I'm going to let them know how much we value them up here, at the division and also from the school board. And just a wonderful job all the way around. This is Teacher Appreciation Week. This is Teacher Appreciation Day. And I just want our teachers to know how valued and that we recognize that they do exceptional work at a very difficult job. And I'm just honored to be able to work with you each day and to see you at work like I have in the last couple of weeks and really in the last 75 days. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we are lucky to have each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gimple. Our next item on the agenda, Rob Graham, Superintendent of Pulaski County High School, is with us tonight to present information about a regional therapeutic day center called NRV Reset. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gimple. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about NRV Reset with you because it is a passion of mine, and there certainly is a lot of mental health issues that we have had, especially since COVID hit. And I think that you sent them the proclamation that we have shared, and you all have that, I think, with you. And I thought if you're okay with this, I would give you kind of a little bit of a history of how this started. About 3 years ago, when I came to Pulaski, I ended up being asked to come to some elementary schools to deal with some students that were having some mental health breakdowns. And it got to the point where it was very difficult for me to watch a fourth grader or a fifth grader end up being, handcuffed and TDO'd or called access, and then that child either being assessed at the school or having to be assessed at Carilion, New River Valley, and not having any beds to go and get immediate help or immediate support, or even worse, being TDO'd down to Newport News because Southwest Virginia just doesn't have the facilities to accommodate the needs that we have right now in our schools. So the superintendents and I got together, and we were lucky enough to find a contractor who had an area of land in Pulaski County. It's the old Camp One. I don't know if you all know where that is, but it's right across from the Speedway. It used to be an old prison there, and now is owned by a contractor. His name's Jeff. I'm not going to pronounce his last name, I think. And he was interested. He had a child go through Pulaski who had mental health issues too, and was very interested in having us build a facility there. Because New River Valley Community Services, who we work with, all of you work with too, they have school-based clinicians in our buildings in the New River Valley. They had gotten a grant to renovate part of the buildings there, and they were going to have, or are going to have, they've already started the renovation on them. They're going to have a 23-hour crisis stabilization center, so our children could go there and be evaluated for 23 hours without having to go somewhere far away from their parents and their families and the schools. They're also going to have a 30, 60, 90-day facility soon to be built there too. So that could be a possibility for our children to be able to go to that too. And so we thought, what a great idea to have a mental health facility, NRV Reset, a reset for our children to be able to go to here in the New River Valley, so they don't have to go all the way to Stanton or Newport News or Hampton or Northern Virginia. And they have the ability to be there temporarily and reset themselves so that they can come back to school and really focus on learning and doing really well with learning, rather than having to worry about the mental health issues that they're having. So we put the proclamation together that you all had, and of course we have 2 new superintendents in the New River Valley right now, which I've met both of them and think they're going to be wonderful for the New River Valley, and really appreciate them being here too. But we sent that proclamation to the General Assembly in hopes of being able to get money to really build this facility on Camp One. It was about a $13 million facility, 10,000 square foot, and it had everything that we needed: academic areas, gym, play space outside. It was really a good thing. Unfortunately, we didn't receive the funding that we needed, so it went away for about 6 months to a year. But we wanted to start it back up again, and so we thought, well, you know what? Maybe if we find a place to start this, and we get really good data that shows the positive impact this is having on our students, maybe then we can reach back out to the General Assembly and they would fund us. Or could we potentially find grants? So we did find a church in Pulaski. It's Dublin Methodist Church. And they are going to allow us to rent that and start NRV Reset in a very, very small setting, just to see if this would have an impact. And would love Montgomery County to be involved in that, just like you were when we were doing this initially. The good news is with this now, we also have Stride K-12 that's a partner, and New River Valley Community Services that's willing to staff it. And it would be a therapeutic academic school in a church setting. And I think we would see wonderful results from this, because we wouldn't be sending our children, 120 to 180 miles away where they can't have parental engagement. And parental engagement is a huge part of the success of a child that needs mental health support. They could stay here. They could stay here where our teachers would be teaching them. They wouldn't have to leave the schools. They could get the mental health that they need, mental health support that they need in order to reset back to their division. Stride is offering us $50,000, and that would pay for the first year's rent. NRVCS is going to staff it with a full staff of therapeutic counselors. We also, Stride is going to add an administrator there for the tutoring and remediation portion of it so that we don't have to pay for, right now, are you all familiar with the Youth Resiliency Center here in Christiansburg, YRC? Right now, if a child goes there, we have to provide homebound support to that. This center, you would not. The academic portion would be taken care of by virtual tutors and remediators from Stride and VABA, and then the therapeutic portion would be taken care of by New River Valley Community Services. Our main responsibility would be to have an administrator. I think it would be somebody as an assistant principal on a scale, a high school scale, very familiar with mental health and familiar with virtual learning. Start with that, and I think the other person that we would need is a school nurse. Dublin Methodist Church, if you're not familiar with it, it's right in the heart of Dublin. It's huge. It's got classrooms already. We would not have to do any facility repairs. I've had our director of operations, Jess Schill, there. He has said it's fine as far as building codes go and as far as fire goes. It's a really neat facility with outside space. Superintendent Gimple's been there too, seen it. I just think it would be a really good opportunity for us to try this, and we would like to start in the fall. I think our cost as 4 partners, Floyd did drop out, but the cost of the 4 partners for us would be somewhere around $160 to $170 split 4 ways. We would start really small. Each division would have 5 slots, and again, we would like to start in the fall. And I think once we get the data that I feel like is going to show that there's a huge need for this in Southwest Virginia or even anywhere, because you're focusing on the needs of mental health, and we've seen that increase, as I said before. But I think you'll see that there's going to be a need to have something like this permanently. And we do have the opportunity to do that as well. We just need to get a lot of funding from the General Assembly. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or Kelly, if you have anything. You wanna add.
I did not share the proclamation with you guys ahead of time. It was signed previously by the previous superintendent. You'd already seen this presentation one time. I wanted you to hear Rob's presentation first. But here is the proclamation that was provided last time as well, just for you to look at. But this is not something for you to vote on tonight. This is just informational. And so I figured we'd have a discussion later. I'd present the proclamation to you at that point and see if you wanted to sign it. And move forward with this, but this is really informational from Dr. Graham. I was impressed with the facility. Matt Dunleavy also came out there with me. I think we were both impressed with just the area. I'm also excited about the fact that it's going to serve elementary and middle school kids.
Yes.
I think that is much needed, and it sounds like they have a great plan going forward. And it is going to save us money in the long run, right? Because right now, beds are being taken up and spaces being taken up very quickly. I think Rob mentioned at one point that, or it may have been Radford saying that they had a young person that had to go all the way down to Norfolk because there's nothing available anywhere closer. And so, in working to try and get kids taken care of and getting them the help that they need, this is just another great opportunity that is close by, and it's even closer than Roanoke.
The amount of money that we would save, and this is secondary to the priority for our children, but the amount of money that we would save in CSA funds and FAP funds and things that you can see on the proclamation is just amazing. We wouldn't have to be paying that residential fee that we pay that's just outrageous. We would be able to do that internally and save that cost for our school divisions, and perhaps maybe go to our board of supervisors or county administrator and say, we're saving this money, can you give us a little bit more? That would be a goal of mine too, but first and foremost, I think it would just be great for our children. Any questions?
No, sounds wonderful. I know the need is much more than what you are ready to get started with, so I really do hope that we will be able to grow this to service as many students as we possibly can in the New River Valley.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you. I agree with you too. And we just today, and I've talked to Dr. Dunleavy about this too, because he's such a great extensive grant writer. We have found 2 grants. One is Project Aware that has a lot of money tied to it, and the other is the Trauma-Informed Services in Schools. They were supposed to come out at the end of April, and they haven't come out yet. I think they're stuck with the government, but we called today to ask where they are in the process, and the person in charge of them said that they do feel like they'll have them out by the middle of May. So we feel like the 4 partners that we have, especially with Matt's expertise, could put in a very good proposal for some of this, and it would help our cost. And then we could add the church has room for about 50 students, but we're going to try to start small because we don't want to take a chance on overwhelming the cost of it to start with. We want to really focus on really helping those students who have the most needs at each of our divisions.
So at what point do you need a commitment?
Well, I don't want to tell you now. That's probably unfair, but we are the church is putting together the lease agreement right now. They probably will have it done in 2 weeks, so we would probably need a formal agreement as soon as the lease comes out, because they're going to have us sign that so that they know that to prepare for us to come in August. We are starting in Pulaski around August 15th. I don't imagine that we will have children there maybe the first week. I would imagine probably the second week we'll start seeing some students come. So, sooner rather than later would be wonderful, because this is something that, and we have a meeting tomorrow with all the superintendents and the folks that are involved, New River Valley Community Services and Stride. So I can give Superintendent Gimple more information about that once we're really talking about the finances more than anything tomorrow. We got the facility. We have the money to pay for this facility for rent for at least 1 year. We at least have one administrator that's going to work with the virtual program. So we're pretty ready to go. The church is ready. I mean, it is absolutely ready. They're big classrooms. They have desks and chairs. We'll have to, of course, put the technology in that we need and a few other things. The bathrooms are handicap accessible. They're everywhere. They have a community center that we can have breakfast and lunch. Pulaski County will take care of breakfast and lunch. We're also willing to be the fiscal agent, so we could take care of the money too.
If you all would like, we could take a tour out there and take a look. It's also got an outside area. It's got a large field, sort of a playground already set up, a large outside pavilion. You could do some outside, teaching. It's very well equipped to handle this.
And I did talk to Callispo Gilstrap today from the Virginia Department of Education, just to make sure that we weren't doing anything inappropriate. And she was so supportive of this idea. We don't need a school code. There could be the opportunity of a center code. She's sending that to me tomorrow. I don't think we really need that, because our children are still going to stay with our divisions. They're just going to go here for a temporary, they're not staying overnight. They're just going to go for therapeutic services, maintain their academic standing that they currently have when they're there. And then when they get back, they'll be ready to achieve at a high level.
Rob, when was the last time you were here to present this?
Gosh, that was probably before the New River Valley Governor School for the Arts and Humanities, which, by the way, is doing really well. on a side note, yeah. It was probably 2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay, yeah. So this should be review for almost everybody.
Yeah.
So I know you've heard this before, and again, it was signed previously by our previous superintendent, but I wanted you to hear this again since it didn't come to fruition at that point, and I wanted you to have an opportunity to ask questions to Rob to make sure that we were in agreement this would be a good thing for our kids, or that you would be able to ask whatever questions to clarify for him.
Ms. Parton?
Rob, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is a no-brainer to me. I mean, we have needed this forever now. I'm glad to see we're moving forward with making progress for it. Thank you for thinking of us and wanting to include us as well as the surrounding counties. I also know what a challenge it's been as far as not finding spaces here, because that has been a challenge for several agencies here. And that is something that has been brought up to the state on several occasions, and we need to continue to fight for that because that's needed more now than ever. I would be 100% behind this. I think I've had some.
Hi, Ms.
I've
Paul.
dealt
This
with
is Brian
some
with
personal
Midway. We just
issues
wanted
with
to verify
some
we're still
good
connected.
friends of mine who are parents of students who have had some very challenging times with some mental health issues and some not so good things. So anything I can do
Ms.
to
Paul,
help support
Brian
this,
James with Midway.
I'm all in.
I'm
I'm
just trying to verify you're still connected. You're muted in the house.
to the church who is
If
willing
you
to
can let us
provide this, because that is a huge cost savings to us.
Oh, it's a huge cost savings.
For what they're willing to provide, and us not having to provide any of the classrooms and maintenance and that type of thing.
Yes.
I am so thankful to them.
$5,000 a month too.
Absolutely. So thank you for grabbing this and recognizing the need and running with it. Much appreciated.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Good job.
And-
Thank
and
you so much.
Just let me know if Kelly, when you all want to come up, and they don't have as many programs as they used to have, as many churches don't right now during the week. So it's not a problem to have you all out there and show you around and let you look at the space. It's a really good, it's got a great bus entrance, good playground, a basketball court. It's really a nice facility. And then I'm hopeful that, we could end up building the facility, the 15,000 square foot facility that we need in order to have more students and serve more kids.
Board members, any other questions?
Yeah, I had a couple, just looking at the expenditure rates, I was wondering, why is the expenditure rates for services in Pulaski disproportionately higher compared to all the other school districts? Like
Just
1.5 million of the 2.5.
I know that we send an awful lot of children to residential care, and I'm afraid a lot of that is due to the substance abuse that we face in Pulaski County, as well as the poverty that's there too.
Okay. And then, so it's good that we're going to support all ages of students, but how will appropriate segregation of differing age students be handled at this facility?
Good question. And there is 2 levels and you'll see this when you tour there. So there's 2 levels. We can put the elementary students on one of the levels and the middle school students on the other. We don't have plans right now for the secondary students to come, because we also, Pulaski and Montgomery County, are in an alternative regional program together too, that allows us to have Montgomery Central and allows Pulaski County to have the Cougar Center. So our secondary students are served very well in that capacity. But you'll see there's room to do that too. And I don't want to be the one who decides where the students go. I think the person that we hire, or the folks that we hire to get them in there, soon enough, early August, hopefully, to let them see what they want to do and have them do it themselves.
And then, did I hear correctly that the lease rate will be $5,000 per month?
It's $5,000 per month.
Okay.
And it's Stride has given us $50,000 to help with the rental on that. We looked at a couple other facilities to renovate, and they were giving us the $50,000 to help with the renovation. We don't have to do any renovation here, so we can use it as the rent, which is a huge cost savings for us. It's basically personnel, and with the 4 divisions, $30,000 to $40,000, $50,000 for each division. And Radford City's fully in, Giles County's fully in, Pulaski County's fully in. We hope you all will be fully in too.
What was the organization that was providing the $50,000 again?
Stride K-12, VAVA,
Stride K-12,
Virginia Virtual. Their virtual platform.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the transit time is from our 4 high schools to this facility?
Well, your furthest is probably Eastmont, down in Eastmont. I would think that would be somewhere between 30 to 40 minutes, on Interstate 81. But again, that is so much better than having to send our kids to Minnick and Roanoke, or Minnick and Wytheville, or YRC is closed right now. They don't have any. They don't have any openings. Gateway closed. They don't have any openings. We're just out of room for our students that are needed here too. I'd say the furthest distance would be 30 to 45 minutes for you.
And would this facility support all the students that are at Minnick, or trying to remember the other day school that we send a lot of students to? So Virginia Autism.
Oh, Blue Ridge.
Yeah, there we
So this is actually a little bit different for that too, because Minnick, Gateway, Blue Ridge, those facilities only will take children with IEPs. This facility right here will take any student that's needed.
Okay.
So IEPs, 504s, and general education students that are really struggling.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you as well. Actually, the comment you just made at the end, it's just the one question I have. So the delivery of education would be virtual.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things I'd be curious in knowing is how you would handle the number of students for whom virtual would not be appropriate, say if they do have an IEP, if they need additional. So what would be what would be the plan for those students for whom virtual would not meet their needs or make the education accessible to them?
So in a perfect world, and I don't know if this will happen, if we were to post a position, we would love to have somebody with administrative experience that holds also a certification in special education as well. So that person could receive the information from the school for the child that they send and help them with it, or may need to also, we talked about hiring an instructional aide to help with those that you're just talking about too. But I think with, having 10 to 15 to start with, the administrator on duty that doesn't serve the virtual program, who hopefully has the special education degree they need, could serve those children who don't do very well with virtual.
Okay, great. Because that's one of the things that there's going to be overlap in those kids. So whatever program that is put together meets their needs would be really important.
And we haven't even discussed this, and we could discuss it tomorrow, but we would certainly be open to having resource teachers come from any division too. Now, I want to tell you that the facility is fully secured, and we have an SRO that's right up the street who can come down and help with any type of safety issues that we may have. But we would love to be able to have resource teachers or anybody who's available from any divisions come and help serve our students there.
Board members, other questions? We can, Ms. Bond, did you have any questions?
No, I just convey everything that everybody else has said. One of the things that I really truly like is the fact that it's open to everyone and not just those who have special needs or IEPs. A lot of students that we think are on every grade level aren't always. So I appreciate that those offers are to those kids as well. But thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
And we could put recommitment to NRV reset on our agenda next week for our special budget hearing, if people felt comfortable with that. So that would
Thank you.
not be as
That's great.
as lengthy.
Appreciate that. And I'll keep you updated. I'll keep Kelly updated too as we move forward with this. Again, we have a meeting tomorrow, and so we'll know more then too. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so
Rob,
much.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Our next item on the agenda is a presentation from Dr. Lori Mueller, partner with the Donovan Group, and she's going to present a proposal for Montgomery County Public Schools regarding communication services. Thank you for being here, Dr. Mueller.
Thank you for having me, and also just really grateful to be here and witness the beautiful school spirit and community that I saw on full display. So thank you so much. Let me talk to you a little bit about who I am and what brings me here to you. My experience is I've served as an educator for 26 plus years, all in the state of Wisconsin. I was a middle school teacher, I was a director of curriculum instruction, and my last 6 years I served as school superintendent just north of Madison, Wisconsin. And I am serving in my 5th year right now as partner and part business owner of the Donovan Group. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about the Donovan Group, but our main priority is public education. That's our why. And we currently serve school districts and school divisions in 12 different states. And I currently have 10 Virginia divisions that work with me. And I also am grateful to be a part of the opportunity to sit with the executive board for VAS, or your Virginia Association of School Superintendents. Our firm has been providing membership services to VAS for all of your school superintendents here in the state for anything that is related or falls under crisis communications. And so when our superintendents or even school board members are having their worst days, they are open to call us at no cost, and we provide a service to help you navigate some of those tough situations. We're also really grateful to be partners with Safe and Sound Schools and the Center for Model Schools. So our group, Donovan Group, has been in existence for over 2 decades. We're home-based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I come to you today from my office, which is in Florida. And as a partner, one of 6, I serve all the southeastern region of the country. And Virginia has been my state for the past 5 years. And we are an award-winning communications team. Our team is almost of 40 individuals at this point. Again, our why is to be champions and warriors for public education. And we help school districts and school divisions tell their stories, helping build transparency and trust in the work that you all do. So I have a hype video, right? It gets you excited, but it's really short. And Tasha's going to play it for us. We'll share a little bit more about who we are. So just a little bit about who we are, and I think that video does a good job of giving you a high-level view. And so I wanted to share with you too, I'll let Tosh get us back on. I'll share with you again, these are the states that we've served, and I just learned today we added 3 more. We added Kentucky, Alaska, and Kansas just today. So we are growing, and I think what makes us special in serving school districts and school divisions is that our team has steep experience in education. As a partner for you, I have that background in educational leadership. I've lived through many of the things that you all experience on a daily basis. So from a high level, again, here are all the services that we provide. And what we try to do is we try to be that one-stop shop for all of your school communications and community engagement needs. So you can see that things that we do are very simple, like social media work. We have experts on our team that just focus on that, to things that are really complex, like facilitating strategic planning, maybe leading bond referendum efforts. And so again, you can see all of those services that are provided through our team. Because we're a team, we have experts in all these different areas. You don't have to hire one person, right, as a school division to be able to offer you all of this support. So there's, just a quick overview of who we all are, and we continue to grow. And so I want to talk to you tonight about how we can best support Montgomery County Public Schools. We approach what we call comprehensive ongoing services in a way where we offer to school divisions for a fixed fee monthly, 24/7, 365 access to my entire team. For good or bad, I'm your front-facing person, and I would be meeting with your staff and working with Dr. Gumpel and his staff to make sure that we are fulfilling all of the communication and community engagement needs that you have. We can serve as your communication team, or we can help fill in gaps for those who are already tasked with communications on your team, allowing them to be much more strategic with their time, because we understand capacity is an issue. So it's our goal to come in, fill in gaps where we can support you all and elevate the school system. So I wanted to give you some examples of what our services look like. And the first one, just again, for social media, I think at this point we probably provide 160 school districts with weekly social media across the country. And the way that looks, you can see here an example from West Point Public Schools, who's been a client with us for a number of years. We will provide your team with a grid that has all the content that they need to post the graphics and as well that we create to highlight what is going on in your school system. Here you can see that this is a campaign that we were supporting West Point Public Schools with to encourage preschool registration. A lot of our work recently, and it's probably not of surprise to you all, is working to market and promote our school systems. And this is important in terms of showing our value proposition to all who are served in this community, and even those residents who don't have a direct connection to your school system. It's still important for them to feel invested and engaged with your school system. So here's just an example of how we approach that work. We will meet with your team to identify what are the goals for that marketing campaign. What are some of the key messages that we want everybody to know, feel, understand about your school system? We identify who are the audiences that we need to make sure that we're talking to. And then we develop a calendar, a communications calendar of all the different strategies or tactics that we're going to use to meet those goals. And then our team develops all that and delivers it to you so that you can execute the plan. So here I have an example from St. Johns County School District, large county system in St. Augustine area of Florida. And here I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what those services look like. For a campaign, there are several different things that we would focus on. One is here on the top left corner, you can see website copy. This was during a controlled open enrollment, which is something specific to Florida, where families can choose to send their students anywhere. We also have a postcard mailer in the bottom left-hand corner that we use to target certain families that we think should be coming back into the school system. And then there's a short video reel there, and I know Tasha's going to share that with you. Again, just showing you how we pull our work together for you all. You seeing the value proposition here? Your promise to students and families. So again, our team develops all of the things that you see there. Again, we're trying to take things off the shoulders of those who are serving you on a daily basis here so that they can focus on the work that you need them to do. Just an example of graphic design. We have a graphic design team, just like we have a video production team and marketing experts. Here, just displaying for you from Virginia, Spotsylvania County Public Schools, we designed their strategic plan. And again, Tosh, if you don't mind just clicking on that, we can share with you just from a high level, again, what our graphic design looks like. And this was something that Dr. Mitchell there reached out. You can just keep going, Tosh. Asked us if we could take their strategic plan and make it visible for his school and staff communities. And again, just giving you an idea of how we do this work. And that's good, Tosh. Great. Some other examples, pulling here again from Virginia. Of graphic design work. Here you can see a brochure that's a trifold that we opened up for Stafford County schools, all about the budget, everybody's favorite topic, right? And then also on the right-hand side, Gloucester County, we worked on a brag sheet for their superintendent to use with his school community, so you can see their points of pride. And then, as I noted, we do have a video production team, we have a survey team, we have all these different individuals that oversee different components of communication. And this is an award-winning video, so I want to share it with you. It's less than 2 minutes, but it's a promotional video that our team storyboards, and we work with the district or the school division to capture the content. We actually sent the video team to their site to capture this for us. And this is my last video, I promise. Grantsburg is in northern Wisconsin.
I am actually a 1996 graduate of Grantsburg High School. So I loved the community and I loved the people and I wanted to be a part of the tradition.
Coming to the district, there were students that reached out directly to our children and went out and had coffee and made an effort prior to the school year starting to meet them and make them feel welcome and engaged.
I genuinely feel like every teacher here is here for those kids, and it shows. I've seen the teachers in this district and I've seen the time and the effort and the love that they've poured into their kids, and I'm so excited to see that as a parent, that my kid will get to experience that too.
That's what makes us excited to have our children here and why we're staying here.
We're willing to try. I think that makes Grantsburg different than some. As a whole, we are a team who wants to elevate.
Grantsburg is doing a great job of preparing students for things far beyond here.
I'm hoping to go to a military academy.
I plan on majoring in musical theater.
I've been looking into surgical nursing, and there's a lot of classes I've been taking now to help me get a head start.
We're not going to let certain obstacles affect student progress or making sure Grantsburg students have the best of what we can offer them, because we want them to graduate and move forward and have all of these amazing skills.
The support from this community has been great for music, athletics, academics. It always seems like whatever we need, we can count on the community to give us.
I've never seen a small school have a stadium so full.
Grantsburg community is something special and really fosters a love for learning and supports people inside the school and outside as well.
And if you're from Wisconsin, Grantsburg is like a football, powerhouse. So of course they had to be part of their hype video. But again, just wanted to show you the intentionality and the strategic notion here of trying to find what is your school division's value proposition? What is it that you promise to your schools and families? We want to put that on display, just like what we saw here tonight. Everybody should be seeing that, and that's our focus and our goal for you. So the partnership, how does it work? When we work with school divisions and we provide comprehensive ongoing services, we usually start with what we call an onboarding meeting with our production team. And I will be the partner that would serve for you all. And I am part of ongoing meetings with your district team, as well as we assign different members of my production team to Montgomery County Schools. So we will have a communication strategist who has expertise in managing our production team and asking them, hey, we need a social media campaign for maybe attendance. And so our team is going to then run with it and help you have those items and tools that you need. So again, I would be your dedicated partner of contact. Our goal is to make things flow easier for you all. Sometimes we get the question, well, how much extra work is this going to be on my staff if we partner with you all? Our goal is to make it so that they don't have extra work at all. We're trying to buy them their time back. We are able to turn around items fairly quickly because of the robust amount of people working for us. And again, this is comprehensive. We're trying to be that one-stop shop for all the different things that you need. Often I may get a question from a superintendent that asks, well, I have something that I'm not sure that you can help us with, and ultimately we will not say no. An example of that could be Fredericksburg City Public Schools, been a client with us for a number of years as well. They had some tragedies in their community with teen violence and really struggling as a community about how to pull together and move forward. And because of my work with them, they asked, could I come and help facilitate conversations with their city members as well as school officials. And we did a task force around teen violence. So again, anything that falls under communications or community engagement, we're here for that. That's our why. So I've thrown a lot at you. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I hope that I am portraying for you what these services would look like for you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mueller. Board members, any questions?
Well, I absolutely agree that, like you said, what we saw here tonight, more people need to see the good things of what's going on.
I had tears. And I don't even know you all yet. Yeah.
So versus a lot of the TikTok and whenever there's something that is going not so well, it's always out there for everyone to see and make their own judgments about things they don't even know.
Exactly.
So it would be wonderful to figure out how we do a better job of putting what's great about Montgomery County out there.
Excellent.
This has been a wonderful presentation, a lot of work into it. You guys look phenomenal. Very impressed with your information and your videos. And communication is the key to success, is it not?
It is.
That's what I've always heard.
Yes.
And we've always been struggling with communication on one level or another. This looks like it could help us with that, without a doubt. Just very impressed with what all you do. And are there other locations in the state of Virginia that you actually, just curious where in Virginia that you all are working?
Yes, let me see if I can, I'll try my best.
Okay.
But as I noted before, I am just grateful to be a part of the weekly meetings with your vast executive board. So I'm meeting with Scott Braband and his team, which I really appreciate as a former superintendent because it gives me a really deep lens and look at what are the issues that are facing your school systems across the state. We're able to collaborate too that way where I know that maybe a certain superintendent and division is struggling with a certain issue, that I can relay that back to VAS and then we can collaborate to support that school system together. So I have worked with Loudoun County Public Schools, City of Fairfax Schools. I've worked with Fredericksburg City Public Schools, Stafford Schools, Spotsylvania Schools, West Point, Brunswick, Nottoway, Northampton, Greensville. I don't know, I'm probably forgetting a few, Gloucester, Suffolk. But just, it's because of the relationships that we've been able to develop over the past few years as we've been partnered with VAS. We love Virginia, and we're grateful that Virginia is, the state for lovers too. So we feel that we have a strong presence here at this point, and as those relationships continue to ripple outward, we're here. We're part of your family at this point.
Sounds great. It sounds like you know our state pretty well then, but with all the schools. And you mentioned a ton, but I'm ready to start showing everybody how great Southwest Virginia schools are.
Yes.
So, I know I heard a lot of schools, up north and this way. I'm ready to start showcasing Montgomery County Public Schools. So just thank you so much for all of this. Anything we can do to show how great our schools are and brag on our teachers and our staff and everyone. And I've heard about how great you are, not only from our new superintendent, but from other superintendents as well that I've known, and they've had nothing but good things to say about your group.
Thank
So
you for sharing
thank you
that.
so
That's
much for
sweet.
sharing tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll be crass.
That's fine.
I understand from the presentation you guys operate on a flat fee basis, but what can we expect cost-wise?
Yeah, so for your proposal, it's based on the size of your school system and what we charge or invoice other school divisions in the state. So it's equitable or fair based on the amount of scope of service that would be provided. So we quoted you $4,000 a month. And for $4,000 a month, again, that's 24/7, 365 access to our entire team for any communications that you need. So often what that looks like is on a weekly basis, we have a set meeting time, and we do that virtually with your team, whoever Dr. Gumpel thinks is important to meet with us. Sometimes, also we're working with Manassas City Public Schools right now, and we've been meeting with each of their different department leads to just, what do you need, right? So, okay, we're hearing from HR, we need to focus on hiring campaign. We're hearing from transportation that there's going to be a new bus system, so we need to communicate about that. So anyways, we meet on a weekly basis to determine what those needs are. And often I'll get the question come on, there's no overage, there's no extra charge. There's no extra charge for me to travel here. No, we tend to know at this point in time the amount it costs us to deliver services. And again, we're driven by our passion of our why, that we're here for public education. And we know that schools can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow versus a month from now or 3 months from now. And so we anticipate that there are going to be times that you need to lean on us really hard, and there are going to be times that you don't. And so we manage that as we need to. If we come through a year and we find that we've been losing on the Donovan Group end with the scope of services that we've been provided, then we would propose a price increase after 12 months. But we haven't had to do that more than a handful of times with the hundreds of school districts that we work with.
Okay, and kind of a follow-up to that.
Sure.
We need a strategic plan.
You need a strategic plan. I saw it ends 2026. Yes.
That be included in the $4,000 monthly fee?
It would. It would. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree, did you have any questions?
Sure. So, great presentation. Generating promotional material will help our school district and get our voice out there. How, after generating the promotional material, how do you get the material out to the people that need to hear it?
Yeah, so it really depends on who we're targeting as an audience, right? So we know, let me back up. One of the first things that we would want to do with you all is a communications audit and planning process. And so through an audit, we will survey, and we will also do focus groups and interviews to determine how do your different audiences prefer to be communicated with. And then from that information, we tailor our communications to the right audience depending on what the message is. So if we have to do a district newsletter, for example, that goes out to everyone, if we know that maybe your more elderly or senior residents want hard copies, then we would look for a strategy that makes sense for a good return on investment for placing hard copies where they need to be, or maybe we're mailing them. But again, we do that in collaboration, decision-making with you all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad you point out that our senior community members that
Yeah.
don't necessarily have children in the school are still stakeholders and
Yes.
need to be communicated to as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, since the strategic planning was brought up, what's your process for that? And
Yes.
who does it include?
Yeah, so often we'll even just sell strategic planning as its own process, but as a comprehensive services, it's included. And we do a 5-phase process. So tell me if I get too long in discussion on this, but the first phase is we assess what's working, what's not working, and there's a lot of planning and preparation. The second phase is we work to gather as much feedback from as many audiences throughout your community. So often we will do a survey with that. We'll do focus groups. We even do community engagement sessions and welcome individuals in. And we have, a protocol of questions that we like to ask and lead community members through for that. And then with all that information, it's pulled together to kind of give you a state of the division report that can be used with I like to use a collaborative engagement process where we identify as many voices as we can to represent all the different subsets of your community, bring them in, and we meet with them 4 to 5 times where we share a little bit about the division. We learn what concerns or questions that they have to then bring back new information next time to help them decide what are the priorities for us moving forward over the next 3 to 5 school years. We do your traditional SWOT activity with that group. And then after some prioritization, then I lead an internal team to take that work and determine what are the goals, the strategies or tactics that would meet each of those priority areas that the community has identified. Because we're a full communications team, there's all the wraparound services that go along with that, right? So all the news releases of the work, reports to you all as a board, reports to your community, invitations to participate, the survey process, and then also when the plan is put together, just like you saw with Spotsylvania, we pull it all together and make it accessible to all your different audiences. And we've done that through video. We've even done online dashboards to measure progress. And that's something that then the division and us can work together on to keep track of your progress with your priority areas.
Thank you.
Yes. But again, good or bad, I would be your facilitator for that. And I would enjoy the opportunity to work with your community on that.
You referenced SWOT process with
Yes.
the stakeholders. What's SWOT in this instance?
Yeah, so SWOT means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so it's a very traditional activity that you'll find in strategic planning processes with large groups to really, using everything that we learned through our assessment and sharing those findings with the group, what are their perspectives and how does that align with what we're hearing? And then we identify as a group, what are our biggest strengths as a division? I like to call it, instead of weaknesses, areas for growth, and then opportunities that we should be thinking about, and what threatens our success as a school division moving forward that we need to tend to as we're putting our new plan together.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question now. For the strategic plan, can you share with us a portfolio that has both the strategic plan and some of those pieces that you just mentioned, so we can get an idea of what that would look like? That'd be very helpful, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I can share with Dr. Gumpel. We have a process that's all written out that we can share, and we can give you some examples of that work.
Ms. Bond, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I did applaud having 14 communication strategists, because we have a very diverse county, and even though everybody wants communication, everybody wants it a different way. Along with, just the two social media specialists, I think that's important in our digital age, and knowing how to handle situations when they arise. Again, everybody wants you to do something, but everybody wants you to do it in a different way. So, or feel like they need it in a different way. So I applaud that extremely. And just, wow, everything looks great. And, I think everybody needs a little help when it comes to the things that are in front of us. So thank you again for all the information you've provided. And it looks like you guys work real hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gimple, did you have a comment?
I'll just add two things. And the first thing would be that I've already contacted the Donovan Group several times, since I've arrived here, with different things that we have going on, just to get some guidance there, as it is a free service through VAS at this point for, crisis communications and things like that. And they've been extremely responsive, helpful, provides options, and it's just provided a great service. And then my second thing would be, in all of my listening sessions, the central theme, and in my item analysis, has been communication. And the number one concern expressed by not just community, but staff, and also by you all during the interview process, was the importance of communication, right? And I do know from talking with folks back in Spotsylvania, and Larry from West Point is a superintendent I know well, it just raves about the amount of responsiveness from this company that has provided to their school divisions, and just campaigning and getting words out and making sure that people feel like they're informed and know exactly what's going on in the school division. So I wouldn't have asked them to come had I not heard those reviews ahead. So,
Thank you. That means a lot to us. That is our goal, to be super responsive. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Mueller, thank you so much for being here tonight and for presenting all of this. I think we have a lot of opportunities
Yes, thank you so
and
much.
strengths to to build on. So it's all very exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
The next item on our agenda is the MCPS summer feeding programs. Michelle Knotts, our supervisor of school nutrition programs, will provide an update on the MCPS summer feeding programs.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board members, Dr. Gimple. Happy to see you all again, and I'm happy to bring you our update for our upcoming summer feeding programs for 2026. So our summer school meal service, it's going to be starting June 8th through the 17th at those 6 schools above, and which is Auburn High, Eastmont Elementary, Falling Branch, Kips, Bellevue, and Christiansburg Middle. And then Montgomery Central is their dates are a little bit different as they are each year. Their summer school session will be June 2nd through the 25th. All meals for summer school, as we have provided, is free to the attending students. At Eastmont Elementary, Falling Branch, Bellevue, Christiansburg Middle School, and Montgomery Central, they qualify under the Summer Food Service Program, which is SFSP. So that means that those meals that are served can be claimed for reimbursements. Auburn High and Kips do not qualify under that program, so those are billable meals that are billed back to the district. Eastmont Elementary School and Bellevue Elementary School, they qualify for not only SFSP, but they also qualify for rural non-congregate feeding. And this is due to their percentage of free and reduced, which is 50% or higher, and also area eligibility, being located in a rural area, and that's designated by the USDA. So that qualifies us to allow those schools, or for us to package together weekend meal bags. And so we'll send those kiddos home on June 11th with 3 days worth of weekend meals, and then another time on June 17th with 4 days of weekend meals due to that holiday. And all of that can be claimed for reimbursements. Now let's talk about SFSP and community meals, or what we call Sun Meals. When a school is qualified for SFSP, again, we feed those children free of charge, and I can claim those meals, but we also have to open up to our community to allow anyone in our community with children 18 years or younger to come in and have a congregate meal. They have to be on site while that child consumes that meal. So those schools that qualify for SFSP, they'll be opening for breakfast between 9 and 10 o'clock each day of summer school, and then again for lunch from 12:45 to 1:45. It allows any adult, group, or organization in our communities to bring children 18 years or younger in for that meal. As I mentioned, the meals must be consumed on site, and then those meals also can be claimed at the free reimbursement rate, and that will the current free reimbursement rate is breakfast at $3.08. Thank you. And lunch at $5.40. Montgomery Central, a little different in the hours for our community feeding. That's 9:15 to 10:15 for breakfast and 12 to 12:45 for lunch. So access to meals when our summer school ends. As we rolled out for the first time last summer, we introduced, under the rural non-congregate feeding, we had designated pickup sites. Those pickup sites are the same this year as well, Shawsville and Bellevue Elementary, and we will be starting that program earlier than we did last year. So we're gonna start that the Monday right after summer school ends, because you can't run them simultaneously. So it will start June 22nd. It will only be on June 22nd at Shawsville Middle and Bellevue, because Belmont Christian Church is committed for that week with a camp, but they will join our group starting June 29th for a total of 3 sites. So for 7 consecutive Mondays, starting June 22nd, parents or guardians can come and receive 7 days worth of breakfast, 7 days worth of lunch. The children do not need to be present. We will record the child's name and the age at the time of pickup. The service is available for any and all families that have children in their care that are 18 years old or younger. You do not need to be enrolled at MCPS to participate in this program. And guess what? We're going to expand our summer feeding one more time, starting this year. Just a little background on this. I had attended a conference. I heard some people kind of talking about this pilot that happened last summer with a partnership between Feeding Southwest Virginia, No Kid Hungry, and Amazon that allowed food to be delivered to families that didn't have transportation. Both parents have to work, so there's latchkey kids maybe at home. And I just kind of honed in, and I figured out who the contact people are, and then started asking questions and said, how can MCPS get involved in this program? How can we add it to what we are currently doing? So I introduced Amazon Home Delivery. Is available to any children ages 1 through 18. The children you're not eligible in this program if you're already receiving meals through a different program. So you can't go to a pickup meal site and get 7 days worth of breakfast and then also sign up for delivery, because that will be tracked. Registration is an easy process. All families need to do is provide the following information: their student's name, the primary address, and a phone number. All meal boxes are delivered directly to each registered child using the Amazon delivery network. And what comes in this box? It is 7 shelf-stable breakfast and 7 shelf-stable lunch. Everything is, of course, selected based on the USDA nutrition standards, and none of those items need to be refrigerated. What is the cost? It is free. Feeding Southwest Virginia labels the boxes and packs the pallets for the Amazon to deliver throughout the network. And how do you sign up for this? This will be a flyer that will be coming out advertising this new program. Now, in order to qualify, or in order to participate in this program, you must reside in those 4 zip code areas. Why that is because you must reside in a rural area to participate in the delivery. And also unable to participate in any of our other weekly pickup sites that's going on simultaneously. There's 2 registration deadlines, June 8th and June 22nd for our families. Distribution dates, they start June 16th and go through August 4th. It's very easy to register with the QR code. And for those not too familiar with QR codes, the link is available on the bottom of the flyer as well. Key to these programs is spreading the word and getting this message out. Again, VDOE is going to be providing us with posters, banners, and yard signs. I've already met with Andrew Webb as far as our media release and timing of that. Our district website, our individual school websites will have this information on there. We are going to partner with local news coverage, flyers posted in all of our schools. We're going to actually send flyers home in the meal bags along with cooking instructions and food safety guidelines. And just our community, all of us helping to spread this great news across our community. What questions do you have for me?
Board members? Ms. Franklin?
Okay, so this is great news. With the weekend meals, what students are going to be eligible for that? Will that just be the students who are enrolled in the summer school programs?
For weekend meals, you have to not only be enrolled in a SFSP school, that school also has to reside in a rural area.
Okay, so any student at Shawsville and Bellevue are eligible for that program?
The students that are in Eastmont Elementary School and Bellevue qualify for the SFSP program. Let me back up just 1 minute. I apologize. There's so many pieces to this, and sometimes I just got to refresh my memory. So the weekend bags, yes, are going to be Eastmont Elementary School and Bellevue Elementary School.
So any student who's enrolled in either one of those schools will be able to get the weekend meals?
Yes, ma'am, because both of those schools qualify as rural schools.
And how will they get those meals? They have to come pick them up?
Yep, we're going to package them up, and we do it a variety of different ways and come through the line and get them. We put them on carts and put them at the exit doors as they're getting ready to be picked up or loaded up onto a bus, either way.
What if you're not? So you have to be enrolled in the summer school program?
Correct.
Okay.
We can't run those other programs simultaneously when we have an academic summer school going on. That has to end, and then we roll into the next programs, which is our meal pickup sites and our Amazon delivery sites.
Okay. So with the Amazon sites, so I'm not familiar with all the zip codes in Montgomery County. So which areas?
And let me refresh my memory on that as well. I know it was Elliston, Pilot, and I apologize, I didn't write it down. I will get back with you on the other two, on what those area codes covered.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other board members? Dr. Guitry?
Thank you so much for all you're doing to make sure that the kids in our community in this county have food. I just want to, not in a critical way, ask a question about the cost. So for Auburn High School and for KIPS, that's billable to MCPS. So yes. What do you estimate the cost to be for those two schools for the students who are going to be enrolled? Do you have a rough idea?
A very rough idea, I'm saying about $500. We're still firming up attendance, yes, total, because summer school is so much, it's shortened.
Yeah.
This summer compared to last summer.
So for this whole program, that's basically how much we're ultimately
Roughly.
going to be spending to feed all
Roughly.
these kids.
Yes, because it would just be billable at what the cost is to
Right,
us.
right.
There's nothing built into that at all.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other board members? Dr. Roundtree?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for all the work with this. The only question I have is, can we get some posters to post around our communities?
Absolutely. We're already planning on, I'm working with Andrew on that. I will provide packets for all of you once they've been completed
Okay,
to
thank
help
you.
spread this word. Sure.
Michelle, it looks like those schools are Shawsville, Reiner, Pilot, and Elliston.
Thank you so much.
The zip codes, yeah.
Is there a way to add those communities with that zip code to make it easy for folks to be able to communicate?
As far as right on the flyer
Right.
itself, absolutely it can.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Parton?
Michelle, no questions, but thank you for all your hard work. You know how much this is needed here, especially in my district and some of the other rural areas, as well as some other areas that I know there's children that have that need. That need is everywhere in this county. So I know it's a lot of hard work for your team. I know it's a lot of work on our team, but we've got to keep these kids fed, and I appreciate you making them a priority. And we have kept this going since COVID, and that was probably the best thing that's ever come out of COVID, is that we have realized that we need to keep our kids fed. So just thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Roberts, any comments?
Thank you very much. This very,
Ms. Bond?
Just sounds good. I loved being able to put posters up last year for the sun feeding summer meals, and hopefully this year adding the Amazon things will be even better, and the different drop-off points. I think too, just letting people know, and I know you're going to do everything you can do to help that make that happen. And sounds great. Thank you.
Ms. Knotts, I think the only question I have is, I had a question from a community member. We emailed about this earlier, just for the sun meals for folks who need those, who wouldn't qualify for Amazon delivery, but who might be unhoused, not have transportation, not be able to get to the pickup sites. Are there anything that we can do, or other kind of workarounds to try and help meet the needs of those kids?
And based on the email that I received from both of you actually about that inquiry, and it was Martha or Marcia, I can't remember the name
It was
now.
Martha Ann Stallings.
Thank you. I had an impromptu call with VDOE again, because as I mentioned, I've had this question come up a couple of times already. Can somebody else come and pick up food? Does it have to be the parent and guardian? The regulations are set by the USDA. They're black and white, firm. It says it needs to be the parent or the guardian. But what the VDOE said to me today is they are tasked with the designation, or the definition, of what is guardian. And they told me that the guardian is the individual who's given care to that child the day of pickup. So that might have a little bit flexibility as far as it being, it doesn't have to be the parent. I mean, what that says to me is possibly could that be an older sibling that is watching the children for the day that can come and pick up the meals? That sounds like that's a possibility. And another solution that the VDOE offered this morning as well was, would there be any way possibly that we could get that parent or guardian and transport them to a pickup site, get that week's worth of meals for however many children they have, and bring them back? And that would be something that I plan on. Actually, I've already met with our McKinney-Vento team this morning, once I got this information, just to kind of put that out there. Hey, we didn't think about this idea. Let's talk about it. Is there a possibility of being able to make this happen? So there's going to be future conversations on that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your hard work on that.
So
Thank you.
with that question,
Yes.
and you said whoever is giving care to that student or that child.
Mm-hmm.
So if kids are at daycare, then can there be a designated person from the daycare who can come and pick up the food because they're caring for the child for that day?
You're absolutely right. That would be, I would pose that exact question back to the VDOE to get their approval on that.
They said, so let's do.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Gimple?
Yeah, I just want to say that, from working in other divisions, I have not worked with a food services director that is as dynamic as this lady right here. She is constantly coming into my office with ideas on how to better serve our kids throughout this division. I just want to say publicly, I appreciate you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And day camps, we have a lot of those that go on. They're caring for those students for that day. That sounds like they qualify. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Roundtree, go ahead.
Sorry, to this point, it may just be worth bringing up to the Blacksburg Transit where these sites are so that we can see about getting Blacksburg Transit service to these sites for those people that don't have vehicle access. If we could get that, that would potentially open up a lot of transportation for pickup.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time tonight, Ms. Dodson,
you.
for all of your hard work. Okay, the next item on our agenda is related to our capital improvement plan update, and this is an action item. Dr. Mike Brown, Director of Facilities, will provide an update on the MCPS capital improvement plan process. And the capital improvement plan for 2026 through 2028 is presented for approval tonight. We'll go ahead and let Dr. Brown give his presentation and then kind of move into the motion and discussion after, unless board members have other preferences. Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Gimple. I'd like to share some information tonight with you on our capital improvement plan process. The purpose, again, of the presentation is just to share some information why we need a capital improvement plan, our structure, how we're going to go about developing that, our committee, our priorities, and our timeline of when you can expect a CIP, and of course, our summary of objectives. A CIP offers school division better planning. This will be a 10-year plan that will pretty much be the roadmap for our facilities for the next 10 years. It'll also allow us an opportunity to coordinate with Montgomery County and talk about financing for these projects as well over a 10-year period. And it'll ensure that our funds are spent wisely through a partnership between the school division and the county government. Also, it'll allow us to maybe work ahead a little bit, identify projects that we can apply for SCAP funding, School Construction Assistant Program funding, and be in a position to take advantage of that when the opportunity arises. I know currently VDOE is normally putting out 2 applications per year for that funding. And one of the things is, and I'll talk with you later about this, is the CIP. We need to have that in place for that grant application. It also allows us to incorporate a lot of stakeholders into the process and allow voices to be heard in the process of developing our CIP as well. The first step is we have formed a committee for our CIP process, and you can see some of the members there. We just added individual today, Stephen Simonis, who is a community member. Also, Dr. Dunleavy is part of that committee as well. And so we'll actually be having our first meeting this Thursday to kickoff meeting to start the process. And in that process, we're going to, develop the timeline, schedule our meetings, and draft a CIP so we can work on it together, have input, so forth. And it allows us to get many different voices and stakeholders involved. And when we do this, our facility study has identified quite a number of projects across all of our schools. And it's going to allow us, this is going to be a 10-year capital improvement plan. So we're going to break that down into a 24 to 40 month segment, 40 to 80 month, and 80 to 120 month. Tonight you also have pretty much a 24-month CIP, and I'll get into that in just a second of the purpose of that. But that's how we anticipate breaking our projects out. Here you can see a timeline for our capital improvement plan. You can go through that and just kind of see where we're going, the steps, the timeline, and where we're going to start and where we're going to end. Our goal is August 1st to have a completed CIP in your hands. And these are some of our objectives. Of course, to develop a 10-year capital improvement plan, have stakeholder collaboration, have some voices involved with that to offer their insight as well, have communication with the committee, also with upper leadership to review the plan before it's shared with you to make some changes or have some different viewpoints put in there. Also, it's going to allow us to, a CIP is an actual living document. It's reviewed every year. It's updated every year. So with the committee, I envision that in some form or fashion continuing after the development of the CIP is to actually update that on a yearly basis. And also, again, I'll go back to the SCAP funding or grant and also opportunities for that, and also to partner with our Montgomery County and to discuss our funding opportunities for our projects as they come up. At this time, do you have any questions, or can I answer any questions for you on the process?
Go ahead, Dr. Guitry.
Thank you so much. So can you tell us a little bit more about the grant? So you said it comes out twice a year. How much are we applying for the grant? And at first I was a little confused by the graphic here, but I think having talked to the superintendent, I understand a little bit better that in order to apply for that grant, we need to have some CIP in place.
Yes.
And so the purpose of this presentation is to move to approve that CIP. So how much are we of the cost that's included in that CIP are we applying for funds? I think it's 7.9 is our total.
So currently the CIP that I've presented or will present to you tonight, it has one project. We basically only have one project at this time that will qualify for the SCAP grant, and that is the Auburn Elementary HVAC renovation. VDOE, it's based on a lot of criteria, point system, where you could receive anywhere from 10 to 30% funding of the total cost. It also includes architectural fees in that as well, so you can roll that into the total cost and apply for that. Probably with our demographics, our school system, we're probably looking at around 20% right now. I don't know that we'll get the full 30%. It's also, funds are also dependent on how many school divisions apply for the SCAP grant. Mm-hmm. I know, I dealt with the SCAP grant when I was in Giles County, and we were lucky enough to get 30% for pretty much all of our projects. But it also, I know the state had some funding left over. That's why they had the 2 application time periods, so they could expend the funds. That's not a guarantee. So the two applications per year is not a guarantee. It just depends on how many you have that actually applies. You're guaranteed 1 application, and that application more than likely will come out this June. We've been in communication with the VDOE. It's running a little bit behind right now. I think it had to work through some committees and some approvals and so forth. But the information I'm receiving is it should be active in June. So we're trying to get everything in place prior to that so we can apply as quickly as we can for that. And if we, so happen to identify some more projects this fall, of course, we would apply for if there is a second round, we would apply for that in the fall as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the final question, thank you, that's helpful to know. Like, let's say we don't get that grant, we have enough funds to cover us regardless of that grant for these short-term projects, for the short-term CIP.
Yes, we will be using the bond interest off of the Christiansburg High School project, and also with our capital money that we're given each year by the county, the $3 million.
Okay.
A portion of that.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board members, other questions? Ms. Franklin? Mr. Roberts? Dr. Roundtree? Thank you. Ms. Parton? Ms. Bond?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Dr. Brown, were you also going to go over the plan that we're voting on as well, or was that just?
So, and again, I know that was a little confusing to present this tonight. This is essentially so we can apply for our SCAP grant funding. It's, again, it's on a point system. This is worth a lot of points. So, again, the only project right now that we've identified that will qualify is for the Auburn project. Now, with this, we will roll this into our CIP. Essentially, it has the Auburn project in it, and it also has our 12-month critical list of projects in there. That information was presented at a earlier school board meeting. You can just go through and review this, but it gives us our executive summary. It gives us our projects with a cost breakdown. I tried to put Auburn at the very beginning. And then it gives our total cost. So it's a very basic CIP. Again, it has to be approved by the school board. My hopes are that you approve that tonight and we can move on with approval from the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors. We need their approval as well. So if we can get both approvals, then that'll allow us to apply for the SCAP funding. That's one step closer.
And the SCAP funds, is that something that we haven't been applying for?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know that those have been applied for prior to my arrival. But I know that's something that we want to pursue heavily in the future. It is a very good opportunity to, again, I don't know that we'll ever get the 30%. My hopes is to get at least 20%. And to apply every time that we have an opportunity to apply.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah. Ms. Parton.
Not to hold you up, but I am so glad that Chair Purcell asked you about the SCAP because I didn't think I had seen that before. So when I started looking through the diagram, I'm glad to hear that we have come across that and we're going to start utilizing that. And the diagram is very in-depth. You've put a lot of work into this. I can tell there's been a lot of procedural, but what I like about it is you've put it out there for the community and for everyone and the transparency. And I like the fact that we are presenting this to our Board of Supervisors super early, giving them the information they need in hopes that we will have some good conversation and any questions can be answered prior to what we have to wait on the VDOE for. And I know a lot of this is post-June because I know they're saying now their budget, I think, is even not until June now. It's getting pushed out like it always does. But just the amount of time and effort that's gone into this and the plan going forward, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like we have the money. A lot of these projects, obviously, we have to do. I'm not saying a lot of them, all of them. They have to be taken care of. We have an opportunity now where we can have potentially 20% knocked off of it. So with that, I'll make the motion to approve this.
Second.
All right, Mr. Roberts and Dr. Gitry, any more discussion?
Yeah, sure. Just to point out, even though we have the money,
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's like 3 or 4 seconds, but just to point out that 20% mentioned, but 20% on that project is $738,000. We can pull a lot of things forward that we were pushing back to the following year with that $738,000. So it's great that we have a plan that we can execute on, and with these grant funds, we can maybe do a lot more earlier. So, thank you.
Now, I will caution you on the SCAP. There are criteria for SCAP funding. There is actually a threshold for the project amount. I think it's around $1 million. But the good thing is you can package projects together. Now, there is a cap on how many you can apply for. I think it's around 3 to 4, but it is a great opportunity. And I had great success in the former school division I was in. We essentially got $16 million for about $55 million worth of projects. It actually helped the Board of Supervisors not have, I think it was like a half a cent that they saved from raising the tax rate to finance the project. So it is a very good opportunity, and we will pursue it aggressively.
Board members, other discussion? Ms. Bond, did you have anything you wanted to share?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. Reed, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitry,
Yes.
Ms. Pardon,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell.
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is a technology update. Robert Ratcliffe, Director of Technology, will provide information on the 2025-2026 MCPS Technology Year in Review, and this is just informational. Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Hello, Madam Chair, Board, Dr. Gempel. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight on the technology updates where we currently are for the school year and also some plans for the upcoming school year. Before I get started, I do want to thank the technology department and the team there that we have. A lot of these projects are because of them and their dedication to Montgomery County and making sure that we're improving. I also want to thank the ITRTs and the librarians because there's some projects that we've been doing that they've been a part of and providing thoughts and kind of on the groundwork there. So I want to thank them as well. The first thing is the technology plan. So we do have a technology plan, just like the strategic plan, that is ending this school year. The VDOE, as you can see there, for the future plan does recommend that the technology plan coincides and is built alongside their upcoming strategic plan. So that will be one thing we'll have to do is have a committee get together, and they'll be working closely with their strategic plan as we're building that out. As I'm going through this, you'll kind of see my vision of that technology plan. There should be an infrastructure side of that, along with a instructional side of that technology plan, because those two things go hand in hand, but they're also separate in some ways as well. There's also a link there for the current VDOE technology plan, just so you can see kind of an idea what their thoughts are for the school division. They have also put out in the last couple of years a plan that the kind of guidance as we're building our technology plan around cybersecurity. So we'll be using that as well as for some of our guidance. The next thing I want to discuss is E-rate. So E-rate is federal funds that come to us from the federal government to be able to use. There's category 1. Category 1 is used for our networks. So we get that every year to use for our internet. So we pay our local internet provider citizens. With us, we pay 40%. E-rate gives us 60% of that fund. We're able to pay for the internet for the school division. The other thing there is Category 2. Category 2 funds for Montgomery County has not been used since 2020. It is $1.9 million over a 5-year project. So we have put in requests for that to be able to do infrastructure upgrades. For the Category 2, there's your network switches, access points, software for the access points. For that project, so what we're looking at is if you look over the whole 5 years, I kind of divided up by the 5-year model because we want to look at it year by year. That would cost us $152,000 every year for a $380,000 project. So for this upcoming year, we're looking at upgrading network switches for Bellevue Elementary, Christiansburg Primary and Christiansburg Elementary School. So we're really excited about those things. The other thing that we've also had some virtual server upgrades. Thanks to you all and the Board of Supervisors for approving that. We were able to use that, I think, the Christiansburg bond for that project. And that project was $263,000. We finally got those virtual servers in about a month ago. There was some delay in shipping for those. The team has worked hard over the last couple of weeks. There was a couple team members that stayed until 10 o'clock on Thursday to get those up and running. So we're in a good spot. That also ties back to our phone servers as well. So the other thing is some other cybersecurity updates I want to talk about. The first is Cloudflare Zero Trust. So there was an audit that was done before I came into Montgomery County Schools. And on the audit, one of the very top priorities was Cloudflare. So Cloudflare, what it does is it allows our network to kind of go between Cloudflare. So it's a protection from us to the outside world. Zero Trust is another thing that we're setting up with Cloudflare. And what that will allow is, for example, people in finance, they access their finance website or the finance portal. We would be able to lock it down to where only their device at specific times tied to their login has continuous checks to make sure that that person and only those people can access that financial portal or that site, again, protecting our information. The next thing is the Tenable implementation. So Dr. Dunleavy, he was a part of this project, again, before my time, but the state of Virginia realized that school divisions really are at risk for cyber attacks. So they put out some grants, VITA being one of those, to allow us to get programs and platforms. That got completed around January, February. And what that does is it scans our computers and other infrastructures to find holes in programs that we have that may allow someone to get in. So the team is looking at that daily, and they're also having meetings every Friday to see big picture, where are the big top priorities that we need to find. Some of those could be in, like, for example, an Adobe program. There's one program we found that was used in a library that hasn't been updated in 5 years. So that is allowing us to really get our network into a good situation. We're moving a position. Someone is retiring from the Chromebook technician team. As we're looking at Chromebooks as a whole, the majority of elementaries are not sending them home. Therefore, we're not having a huge uptake in breakage. It's kind of gone down. So as we're looking, what do we need in our department? So we felt like a cyber security position was ideal. That will also help support our network analyst, because right now, if he's taking a day off and we have a network outage, there is not a backup for him. Luckily, there's some people there that would step up and be able to help, but really someone to really be his second and have that knowledge that he has is going to be very valuable. Along with this, I do want to bring up teacher pay teachers, just because y'all may have heard some people reaching out to you all about that. That decision did not come very lightly. As a former teacher, and we have 5 people in the technology department, including myself, who have a spouse that's a teacher. So I don't want to sleep on the couch too many nights with decisions like this. But we had to make it, because when we had conversations with other districts and talking to them, half of Region 6 has blocked teacher pay teachers because of incidents. 4 divisions I spoke to have had malware come from teacher pay teachers. 2 of those were very severe. One of those tried to shut down some very important things on their network. So when we hear things like that, I much rather have this proactive conversation with you all than a reactive one with you all saying, because of something of teacher pay teachers, now we're talking to lawyers and talking to our insurance provider. And it's going to be very hard to talk to those insurance providers and say, well, we knew that this was a hole, but we still left it open. We also took a file that a teacher shared with us from teacher pay teacher. We ran it through some scans, and it did come back, not malicious, but it did come back with some red flags. It was trying to change the default of programs. So it's trying to make those changes. We took 2 more files that were similar, ran those through the same scan, and they were fine. Now, we could have easily ran other files through teacher pay teacher, and they would have been fine. But if we have a hole, we have to protect it. We have FERPA, which is federally mandated that we have to protect student data. And that's why it's a little bit more strict for us when we look at programs like that. So some other upgrades, because we're not just technology as far as network and computers. There's some other departments in the technology department that I want to talk about. The first is the phone upgrades. That again was a project through you all and the Board of Supervisors for approving that. That cost was $356,000. That project should hopefully get started very soon. I believe we got the phone systems in place. They're actually on their way, should be shipped to us in the next week or two. So that team is very excited to get that going. The next thing was MBA report cards. So previously, we did not own the template of a report card. We hired a company. At the beginning of the year, we had to make some changes. It took us a month and a half to get that company to make those changes. So we looked at an alternative. It was about $15,000 a year. We now are owners of our report card template. So as the curriculum team wants to make upgrades and changes, that allows us to make those. The next is a Chromebook platform. So the Chromebook team, one of the biggest things they came to me about was we need a better way of tracking devices. We need a better way of ticketing system, one-stop shop to be able to track what is it costing us to make these repairs. This was a free platform. That leads me to the device ordering because those two go together. We went ahead and purchased our Chromebooks for next school year because the cost was rising. There were some Chromebook prices that were increasing 30 to 40% because of, unfortunately, AI is taking a lot of the computer chips, and that's causing consumers like us to lose out. So we made a purchase of $546,000, which is under budget for our upcoming school year for Chromebooks. We already have those in-house and ready to go. Along with Chromebooks, I do want to talk about K through second Chromebooks. So we sent a survey out to the K through second teachers, asking them to provide feedback for us. We typically put names and labels on the Chromebooks for students in those grade levels along with other grade levels. We asked them, would you like us to do that? Or would you prefer a one-on-one or a class set of devices? You still will be one-on-one, but there won't be a student name on those, and those will live with you. It was about a 50-50%. However, out of that came some very interesting comments that I think we need to explore as we're looking at next year for our technology plan, where a kindergarten first are requesting, I don't want a class set. I want 5. I only want 10. I don't want a student to have one-on-one device. So those are things that I think we need to continue looking at and thinking about, including teachers in those conversations. Along with this, the other update I want to provide is, I think the board, if I remember correctly, most of y'all may at the beginning of the year, we talked about the YouTube account. So currently we're live streaming on 2 YouTube channels. The former one or the current one that we had last year and this year, it is not owned by MCPS. It is owned by an outside Gmail or Google account that is not owned by someone who currently works for MCPS. So the team has worked hard to move over all YouTube videos from the old channel to a new channel. We made sure the closed caption came with that, and that channel is at MCPSVA, all lowercase. And the plan is to send communication out to the public and the community, let them know about that change. Along with, that's where we want to live stream the upcoming graduations instead of social media, because you don't have to have an account with YouTube. You can pull it up on your TV, so it will be more accessible for everyone, not just those who have a social media account. So looking ahead, just some thoughts that we have for the upcoming year as we're looking at that technology plan. The first is the backup power supplies. So we've had some issues with powers at some schools, and when that happens, we do lose phone at times. So we're going to evaluate that. We want to make sure that those office phones stay active and on during any power outages. So we're going to be reviewing that. Luckily, backup power or UPSs are part of Category 2 E-rate fund. So our cost would only be 40% for future projects of that. The other thing is we looked at MacBook Neos. Apple came out with a much cheaper computer that we're hoping to use in our schools for our teachers. When we looked at the cost comparison of the teacher Chromebooks now, it's a savings about $50 to $100 per device from if we were to upgrade them. So I sent out a survey, or not a survey, but a sign up for teachers who want to participate, because we want a pilot group. We want to make sure that it works for what the teachers need it to work for. We have over 250 responses. Can't do 250. That's not a pilot group. That's almost the whole, all the teachers. So we're going to have a pilot group, and we're going to try them out. We're going to see how they do. It will be a cost savings for us, but also might be a better device. So I'm excited about that project, excited to get the feedback from the teachers. The other thing is the auditorium technical training. So I got to give credit to the AV team. They came to me and they said, a lot of our tickets that we get for lighting or sound is coming from the auditoriums at the middle schools and secondary. It would cost $3,200 a year, which I don't think it's bad, to have this Lee Hartman come in, provide training for staff and for students who run those controls, while also evaluating and giving us progress or what things need to be upgraded within the next year, 3 to 5 years. So that's something we're going to use our budget for, to be kind of proactive, but also provide training for those people who are using that spaces every year. And looking ahead, kind of construction projects kind of ties in with the CIP. Technology is a big part of construction. We're there from the beginning. It's so important that we're there with the planning phases. We got to make sure that the network cables are where they're supposed to be, that we have the paging systems, but also during the construction part as well. We're there to move devices. At the Kirschenberg High School, they move from this area to this area. Well, we got to make sure that the new area has network while we're taking down the old area during the construction process. So we're really boots on the ground, and as we're moving forward with some of these construction projects, it's important that technology is there from the beginning, and we're there to do all the things that are on the screen here. As I end here, just kind of long-term planning and security, we are increasing our two-factor authentication. Right now, all employees have that for their Google account. We're slowly rolling that out to our Microsoft computer accounts as well, just to protect. If a cyber attack happens, and they'll tell you it's not if it's going to happen, it's when, unfortunately, two-factor protects our network much better. We also want, as we're building that cybersecurity position, one of their goals that I want to have them do is work on a cyber response plan. In our technology department, we know what we need to do during a cyber event, but what do staff members do? What does a teacher do during? Because if an event happens, we're going to be out of network or out. We're not going to be able to use our computers. It could be up to 2 weeks to 3 weeks to 4 weeks. So during that time, what is the teachers doing? What is the office staff? What are you as board members? What are your responsibilities during that time? So we need to have a plan that lets all of us know what to do. The other thing is the 5-year budget cycle. I kind of mentioned the E-rate at the very beginning, but that needs to be built into a 5-year budget plan, along with these other upgrades, whether it's the auditorium upgrades, phone upgrades, all these things we need to have. And I think y'all have done a great job of when y'all have communications with the Board of Supervisors. I think that's all something you all would like to have. It's just something that is a plan that builds out over the next 5 years, so we know where the funds are going, and we're not waiting until the phone systems crash to be able to replace it. We know that in 6, 7, 8 years it needs to be replaced. Kind of went through a lot there, but you'll have any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratcliffe. Board members, would like to start? Dr. Guitry?
Sure. Thank you so much, Rob, for all this information. So I'm glad to hear about E-rate. So you said that we weren't taking advantage of this before?
Yeah, it has not been used since 2020.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you're on top of it.
Yeah.
So I know that we did some important critical upgrades, and there was quite a bit of money that had to be allocated unexpectedly. Yeah. So we're now talking about budgets. So I'm looking at this and thinking there's like significant cost that's going to be associated with this. So I saw that you're going to need to work on a 5-year budget cycle, but do you have sufficient funds in the budget request that's in right now in order to advance some of these efforts?
We do, yes. I worked with Angie to make sure that the E-rate, we put in $150,000 to be able to do that, $380,000 upgrades that we're going to be doing this upcoming year, and some other upgrades as well, yes.
So that's the total amount that will be committed this next year is 300. You said 380,000.
So the total commitment from us will be 150, but we're able to do a $380,000 project using the E-rate funds, yes.
And is that guaranteed or
It
is
is.
this competitive?
We've already
Okay.
been approved. We actually have been approved for a total project of 1.9. So if we had the 40% of the 1.9 to give up now, we would do that. But it's better to spread it out just because if things come up next year, then we can use those E-rate funds for that. So that way we're not spending it all now, and then we have the next 4 years, we don't have those funds for unexpected things coming up.
Okay, got it. Okay. I have a couple other, but that might be good enough for now, but thank you so much.
No worries.
Other board members? Ms. Franklin?
I'd just like to say how wonderful it is to have these plans being put in front of us. Long-term plans so that we know what we need, what we have to do, and some figures with it. So when we do talk with the supervisors, they're not saying, give us a plan. So I just appreciate that so much from everybody.
Ms. Parton?
A lot of information, a lot of good stuff. You guys and your team are phenomenal. I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. You guys already know that. We've had stuff happen in the past, and we've kind of haven't had a backup plan or a way to fix it. You guys are fixing that, plus you're looking at what can happen. So you guys are on the ball. I do appreciate it. We know that cybersecurity is a huge issue, as well as, spam, the emails, the calls. We still get, and it's just going to continue to get better, unfortunately. That's why we need to get more students in our cybersecurity class so they can come back and help us take care of that. But I do want to thank you for all your hard work, and did want to ask, and this may have more to do with the internet services, but will any of this new information or things that we're going to be working on here that I can see, will that help the technology down the mountain, hopefully, for some of our kids down that way? Because we continue to have issues, and it's nobody's fault. They're sitting in between two huge mountain range, and the signal's just not good. But I'm hoping with some of this that we're looking at and planning on, will that impede the making that better?
So my plan, as we're working on that technology plan, is to help those students with connectivity issue. Right now, we give the MiFis out. It's not always a great place or great source for that. So my previous experience, I have worked with the local internet providers to get a cheaper option that we can get to those families.
Good.
So that as we're working on a technology plan, I think that needs to be a goal, is making sure that we're providing connectivity. If Comcast or Xfinity, who's a local provider, if they're going to charge us $20 for homes for students who don't have access, that's much cheaper than we're paying for MiFi. So I think we just need to include those organizations as we're building that out.
That is a great plan. And I know it's not just down the mountain. I know there's other places locally that have issues too, but it has just been consistently an issue with those families and those students down there. So I'm glad to hear that we're working on that. And I'm also going to throw on, how are we doing with the AI stuff in there?
So AI continues, we're continuing working on it. We're still getting some guidance. There actually were some policies that were passed by the state that the governor has signed related to AI. Those will, if I remember correctly, will go in place in 2030, but we still need to have some conversation around that because AI, again, I go back to FERPA, it is our job to protect student data. So as we're using AI, we have to remember that while also getting our high school students using it as well, because they're going into workforces and other places that are using it. So there is an AI plan that the ITRTs have continued working on with the staff.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I know there's been some issues and discussion about students and teachers and ChatGPT with the ChatGPT doing the work or writing the papers. Do we have a plan to help our teachers and staff with that so our students can actually, I don't want to deprive our students of technology and information, but at the same time, I want our students to do the work and not have someone else do the work for them.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of discussion around it, and if we had that answer, I think we would make a lot of money, because I think colleges and universities are also facing that. So I think the best thing, and I continue to say this as a former teacher, is if you can get the student work on paper, then you can definitely show, your writing from 2 weeks ago on paper doesn't match your writing that you turned in on computer.
You hit the nail on the head because we have to work on our writing, as we all know. And I'm not opposed to going back to paper and pencil because I'm telling you, technology is great, but at the same time, it has hurt some of our students' learning. And I think sometimes we need to think back to old school and open a book and get a piece of paper and a pencil out. So there may be something there. So, thank you.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, so I was glad to see when I looked up MacBook Neos that they don't have a $200 proprietary charger associated with them. Is there an anticipated maintenance increase in expenditure due to having to maintaining multiple operating systems and software platforms?
So related to the MacBook Neos?
Right.
So that's one reason of the pilot group. We're actually going to order one for the technology department to tear apart. We also have a rep coming from Apple who has been with Apple for years and years in a couple weeks to kind of talk us through all this and really build out a plan for us to make sure we're successful. When it comes to Apple repairs as well, we have to be certified to work on Apple products. So we're going to see what that looks like for us as a department.
Okay. And the rollouts to the staff, is the idea long-term that if we were to go that route, that would include students as well, or would they be still on Chromebooks?
Right now, cost-wise, the student Chromebook is much cheaper, but that would be something we could look at, especially for high school, where they're using, they're on a little bit more and doing a little bit more there. And when we roll it out to staff, so say we do the pilot group, it works out and all that, I'm a big believer in giving staff choice. Do you want the Chromebook or do you want the MacBook? What do you feel comfortable with? I don't think giving them something they feel uncomfortable with and asking them to learn it plus also teach, that can be challenging. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Roberts? Yeah. Ms. Franklin? Ms. Bond?
Well, I'm going to give my 2 cents in on the Chromebook from kindergarten to second grade. Some of the teachers saying that they didn't know that they really want that anymore. And I agree 100% just because I think that it's really hurting our writing skills. I think it hurts our memorization skills. Even as adults, we don't write anything down. We don't remember as well. And I think all of us think we're getting old quicker than maybe we are just because of that. But I think we see it every day. And so I would be most definitely in favor in looking into that and seeing what is the best way. But I agree with Ms. Parton 100% on that. We've talked about it many times. We've seen it in our student matters. We've seen how their handwriting is, and it's not good. So I think that's definitely a discussion we need to have. But thanks so much for the presentation and all of your hard work for your department. It looks great. Thanks.
Dr. Guthrie?
So I'm going to jump on that bandwagon. I'm not anti-technology. I use it all the time. I do know that the Los Angeles Board of Education, they passed a resolution, I think it was last month, of restricting usage, particularly at the younger grades, and I know that's a community concern here. So while you're doing some of this piloting, I was interested to hear the survey that you did with those teachers. I would love to see a pilot in our schools just to see the difference in a classroom that has Chromebook, is reliant solely upon Chromebook or primarily versus not, and to see the effects on scores and the performance. Because I do think that the first wave was with restricting mobile devices and cell phones. I think that this is going to be a second wave, in part because of not just what AI is doing in the classroom, but an over-reliance on screens and just the limitations on that. So I'm just going to plant that seed as well. As you're thinking about the technology, not only how we harness it, but also how we use it in a thoughtful way without being overly reliant, because we need to protect ourselves. It was a cybersecurity. I'm all for that, but also we need to make sure that we don't abandon what we do so well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Technology is a tool. You don't get to hammer out when you need to screw something into the wall. So, it's one of those things that it's a tool that you should use when it's appropriate. And so I think and I have to give it to the teachers too. And I've been in the classrooms walking around, and a lot of them, and especially in the primary grades, are not using the Chromebooks. They are working one-on-one with the students. They are reading to the students. They are using manipulatives. So, I don't think it's that they're using it too much in the school, in those younger grades. It's just we're giving them to them, and then maybe they're just setting. So I think that's some feedback we need to get as well, because I think the teachers are doing a wonderful job with the tools that we're providing, and I trust them to use it appropriately as they see.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, in walking around the elementary schools today and yesterday, in those lower grades, I certainly did not see much Chromebook use, but I did see cursive writing, on tablets, and kids, tracing the letters, and I think, Matt, did you see that today with me? I think you were in one of the schools. Yeah, right. So it's very, very good to see that. And I think our teachers are already taking that into account and are already pushing with Dr. Mitchell's guidance as well to get back to, to teaching and learning without, relying so much on that technology, for sure.
All right. Well, I also have a lot of concerns about how far instruction may have swung toward embracing technology, and it may be time to rebalance that a little bit to make sure that kids are developing the right skills at all different levels. I had also read about Los Angeles Unified School District, Baltimore City Schools, like a lot of divisions across the country are kind of stepping back technology, and if our teachers are maybe kind of already doing it organically, like we may want to follow suit with some other ways that we have been handling things at the board level. I don't know if we need to revisit our AI policy. I remember it was very vague. And now that we kind of maybe know more than we did a year ago, that might make a lot of sense, or places in the code of conduct, or just other things to strengthen the abuses part of it. But thank you so much for all of your time and hard work, Mr. Ratcliffe. You have had a very busy almost 1 year, so thank you.
Thank you all for your support. Thanks.
Okay. Our next item on the agenda are proposed revisions to policy 7-5.1 related to communicable diseases, and this is a first read. The administration provides draft revisions to policy 7-5.1 communicable diseases. These draft revisions were compiled by the division's School Health Advisory Board, which includes members from MCPS staff, the Montgomery County Health Department, parents, and the greater community. The current policy is shown in black text with suggested changes in red. This is presented as a first read, and Mr. Garrettson is available for questions. Thank you so much for being here tonight, Mr. Garrettson.
Yes, ma'am. We also have Austin Ardren, our lead nurse, available if needed. Happy to have him as well, as he's played a key role in this policy revision as a member of the School Health Advisory Board.
Great. Mr. Arden, did you want to come up just in proactively? Was there any kind of overview that you wanted to provide, or should we just start with questions? Kind of maybe what precipitated the review and what you're hoping to address?
I think probably the largest matter is that the policy does not look like it's been revised for quite a while. I think that's an ongoing discussion that the board is having right now, and certainly coming out of the pandemic, there was a lot of talk around the current policy, specifically around the use of a panel, just was not very practical, and did not get used the way it was described throughout the pandemic, and does not get used throughout incidents that we encounter from year to year involving communicable diseases. And I just think the team really felt like our policy needed to reflect our practice.
That sums it up.
Any other? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is just to keep it simple, right? What we're actually doing. I think Dr. Guitry had mentioned that about a year ago.
Board members, anyone like to start with questions? Dr. Guitry?
Yeah, thank you. So this panel, I tried to find something in code. Was this just something that oftentimes when you have some sort of advisory body, it's either mandated by code or encouraged by a code or provided for by code. Was this panel something that was connected to code, or is it just something that was an ad hoc measure coming out of COVID to deal with issues, and it never had any basis in the administrative code or Code of Virginia?
I think that component of the policy actually predated the pandemic. And I have not found any reference to any recent code that requires it.
Okay, do you know, because I looked very briefly and I was like doing very quick search in the code and I was like, I can't find.
I could not find anything in the code, and last this was updated was 2005, and we've had obviously the pandemic since then. So,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Other board members? Ms. Parton?
Thank you.
Ms. Franklin? Mr. Roberts?
Love that policy update.
Dr. Roundtree?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Ms. Bond?
I'm good, thank you.
I think I just want to mention too, as you see, as we start to present policies to you all that are impacting different areas of the organization, you'll have those folks here who have reviewed those things. So Mr. Garrett made sure that our lead nurse here, you've got a good, eye on this. He did his research as well. And that's how we intend to go forward when we're reviewing the policies that are going to be presented. If it's impacting somebody in our division, then, we need to consult them and get some feedback in terms of our teachers, our administrators, central office folks, and our district leaders like this one.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for your hard work and for bringing this forward. We appreciate it. Austin, if I knew you were part of this presentation, I wouldn't have put it so late in the in the lineup. Okay. Moving on, our next item on the agenda is a first read for other proposed policy revisions. The administration provides draft revisions to policy 1-5.1, 2-1.1, and 2-2.2 through 2-2.8. These draft revisions were compiled by the Virginia School Board Association and MCPS staff, and this is presented as a first read. Leah Bressler, our school division compliance officer, is available for questions. This is a first read. No action is expected. Ms. Bressler, do you want to kind of give us a brief overview, set the scene?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gimple, what's before you tonight are selected sections of the VSBA policies. The division supports moving forward with these. But I want to name the larger context clearly. Virginia law requires that our policies be reviewed and kept current. Our manual has not been systemically updated in many years. That creates a structural problem, not just a section-by-section issue. The VSBA policies provide a comprehensive legal current framework for Virginia school divisions. While we're taking them up in sections tonight, I would encourage the board to view this not as a piecemeal exercise, but as part of a complete transition to a fully updated policy manual. To make that possible, the division supports temporarily suspending the extended local review policy 1-5.4, the timelines. Those timelines make sense in ordinary circumstances, but they're not workable for bringing an entire outdated manual into compliance. Adopting these sections tonight is a good step, but the goal should be clear: a complete, current, and legally compliant policy manual built from a vetted Virginia baseline refined by this board. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
So what was that policy number again?
1-54, and we looked at that last week. It's the one that lays out the rules for adopting policy, and it provides a timeline. But if we took that timeline, Loudoun County is a good example of somebody who's doing their 5-year review in a very public, transparent way, and they're doing 2 every meeting. And if we did that, it would take us 9.5 years to update the policy manual. We're already violating Virginia statute right now. Our policy manual is not compliant with the law. And so the reason that the division supports the adoption of the VSBA policies right now with revisions to come in the future is to get us compliant now and work on building from a 2026 framework instead of recreating from a 2004 framework over 200 policies.
So I'll kind of get it rolling. First, I do want to thank you publicly. This has been a huge amount of work. I know you and I have sat down with this and spent God knows how much time digging through it. I see a school division as a living entity. It's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing, and when we have policies that haven't been touched in 20 years or more, we're not only in compliance, but we're not even with the spirit of the community anymore. Things have evolved, things have changed, we need to change with it. It needs to be said that Ms. Bressler and I were going through the sex offender policy, and by the end of it, the entire thing was redlined. It was out of date. There were parts of it that I thought opened us up to legal liability, one of those being publishing the sex offender registry to MCPS employees, which is going to get us sued, which, by the way, I don't know if we've ever done. So we have policies that we ourselves aren't either reading or just totally ignoring or just not bothering with. I want to be very clear. I know I'm driving everybody crazy with this. Please don't take that as an indictment or a condemnation of anyone. I think it's just something that has been overlooked, but it's gotten to the point now where it is a problem. And I'm trying to look down the line for the next person who sits in this chair. I don't want them wading into a quagmire of, frankly, legal liability. I have real concerns that our policies are such relics and totally rogue that if we were to be sued, I'm not sure our insurance policy would cover some of this stuff, which terrifies me. And kind of back to why I think the VSBA policies work so well is that, one, they're vetted. They've got a team of lawyers who have pushed this stuff through. It is becoming adopted almost throughout the entire Commonwealth. What I really like about it, though, is the sites are clear. It's cross-referenced. We know these are viable policies. I'm not just saying we blanket accept every one of them. That's just totally unrealistic. But by going through and starting to adopt some of these, it's actually bringing us current. Because we're not. I mean, that's, well, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. Now we know better, so it's time to fix it. And I know that, kind of pushing these things through is setting up a very quick turnaround, but when the policies are this out of date, it's time to get it fixed, and it needs to be fixed quickly. So it's not fun, I get it, but we need to sit down, chunk through it. I mean, this is just what Ms. Bressler and I have done the past couple of weeks. I mean, it's a ton, but it's got to get done. So I'll quit rambling.
Other board members?
Just thanks for the work, both of you.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, thank you all for the work and pushing it through. I totally agree that it needs to be done. If we can get a calendar kind of which policies are coming up so that at least we give the public a reference as to when things are going to come up so that they can be prepared if they have particular issues with any policies, or they can go ahead and try to bring up to the administration that, this policy is going to be reviewed by the board in 3 months. I want to bring up this issue with that policy so that it can kind of be incorporated into those reviews. But yeah, just a calendar of when the updates are going to occur. But I agree that we can't be beheld to the timeline when we're just out of compliance so much.
Dr. Tree, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I appreciate the effort. I sincerely appreciate the effort. I know it's a lot of work. I do want to push back in several ways. It could take 9 years if you just did a couple at a time. There's nothing that prevents us from adhering to our current policy and doing it in a much shorter period of time. Because if you wanted to do chunks, what you could do is do a chunk, you have the 4 weeks, you do a first and second read, you go through that chunk. Within a year period, you could go through all of our policies. Now, as far as suspending a board policy, that's not something that we should do lightly, because we live and die. Our policies are what rule us, and if there's an emergency that necessitates it, then that would be one thing. I don't see an emergency here. Now, yes, it's true that we do need to do a review. I agree with that 100%. Now, so what we've been relying upon is Sands Anderson, up till recently, provided legal services. And they charged us because every year when the Code of Virginia changed, they would go through and say, here are all the changes to the Code of Virginia. This is the language for what's changed. Here are the policies impacted by that change. And they came back with a number of policy revisions based, and this happened last year. I don't know how many years they've been doing this. So while it is true that the code has not changed in some areas, and so some policies have not been changed for many, many years, it's not, I don't think it's accurate to say that there's been no review at all, and because we've been relying upon legal services. Now, the thing is, if the administration is proposing that we suspend the policy about this, then there are two ways of doing it. We don't have a written resolution which would explain the necessity of it. If there needs to then be a vote, and if there's a vote, it has to be unanimous if it's by voice. So that would have to happen this evening if you wanted to move forward with this recommendation, is to have that vote. So I don't see any reason why we need to suspend. I think we can do this in a timely manner to bring us in a code. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the VSBA started going through, those are bare bones. That's like if you are a division, you're like, okay, we need to start from scratch. We just need to have basic policy. Great. But when I was looking through some of these policies, we have substance in our policy that I think is actually good. Like, I don't see why we would want to strip out some of that, because it's a product of deliberation, community input, staff input, and just to set it all aside and be like, okay, we are just now wiping everything away and just adopting VSBA policy. I don't see the necessity of that. But so I appreciate, I think we can do it in a timely manner while still also adhering to our policy, which serves a purpose.
Board members, other comments? Ms. Parton?
Thank you both. I know this is a huge undertaking and time-consuming. This is needed to have been done for a long time. I've been on the board not as long as some others, but long enough to have had issues come up and scrambling at the last minute because our policy was not updated or what it should have been. Just to understand what's being said. I don't know if we're actually changing our policy. Would we not be trying to just get, because we're not compliant at the moment? Is that what I'm hearing?
It is. If you take, for example, the sex offender policy tonight that's before you, that was very largely out of compliance and not cured by anything that Sands Anderson has provided. That policy creates liability, and it's just kind of hanging out there.
Yeah.
And so what worries me, frankly, and what gives me palpitations, is the idea that there's 200 plus policies in the manual, that many have not been looked at in quite some time. We have a 2004 date on many of them. We are out of compliance. I don't know how many more are hiding back there that could create liability. I also share Member Roberts' concern about insurance coverage. And if Sands Anderson supplies a policy and we adopt it exactly as written, then that's a policy that would be with the law. But when we go off page, or if previous boards had moved beyond advice or didn't follow advice, then we're not compliant there in that policy. And so I've only been here a year, so I see this board as being very responsible, but our policy manual does have some things that are non-compliant. And so by adopting the VSBA policy manual, and I understand your concern, but that revision process is there. And so what I would strongly suggest is that the board adopt a revision process similar, as Chair Purcell has mentioned, to Loudoun County, where they're constantly reviewing the procedures. It's just part of the meeting structure. And they have it set up so that they're getting through their whole manual in a timely fashion. So I would do that part and parcel with the adoption of the division's suggestion is to go ahead and update and adopt VSBA so that we can get compliant now and then do the work that you're talking about as we go so that we can take us out of that risk category, get us on solid footing.
So can we go ahead and get the compliant part done by doing this procedure? And we can always come back and revise, correct, Mr. Roberts, to what we want to revise it to, but at least for now we're compliant. I can't imagine any board member does not want to be out of a liability, or our school system be out of a liabilities way with anything that we have going on currently.
I would look for your guidance tonight. We've presented up through 2.2, but we can certainly come back and I can provide either the entire manual or I can provide just the remainder of Section 2 and then move to Section 3. It's really up to you all. It's your board, and division obviously wants you to be comfortable with everything.
So again, I thank you all for the work. And yes, Sands Anderson for years would update us on policy, but evidently it was only an update on what the legislatures had done in their session to make sure we were up to date with that. And quite frankly, previous administration has just not, throughout the years, felt that policy was something that we needed to do other than that review. So I am all for getting us compliant. It's just kind of upsetting that we're so far out of compliance. And that now having you on as a compliance officer has really helped open our eyes in many different ways about things we need to be more thoughtful about when we are managing this school district. So I appreciate you being here to help us with that. So let's get moving. You know, I don't see dragging our feet when we have folks who are willing and able and already grinding at helping us get to where we need to be. So thank you all.
Other board members? Dr. Roundtree, had you shared anything yet?
Yeah, I shared
Oh,
already.
I'm sorry.
you're
I
good.
wasn't keeping track. Ms. Bond, did you have anything to share? Or questions?
No, I don't. I'm along with moving forward with getting the policies updated. Most of them are very small changes, and I'm okay with that.
Dr. Guitry, please. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
another quick question I meant to ask. So we have a lawyer who specializes in school law. Is she involved in this process? I mean, I appreciate you're a lawyer. I don't think that's your area expertise, school law. I know. I'm just talking about. But this is. Are we engaged at all with? Because I know with Title IX, you do. I'm not saying you don't have expertise, but I'm wondering about is our lawyer involved at all?
Our lawyer, thankfully, is actually the lobbyist for the VSBA. And so she works directly with the VSBA. But we have not engaged her yet because we're looking at those, but I certainly am happy to do that. And I agree with you. I'd love to have more heads on this, so it'd be great. VSBA also provides twice yearly updates, and those are part of the services that I believe you guys already are paying for.
And doesn't VSBA provide legal, I want to say, with no cost? Or is that just on some questions, or would they be able to provide any help with this, even though technically this is kind of their document, so to speak, and it's already been vetted through their legal? But is there any additional assistance possibly, I guess, that if need be, we could get through their legal team?
My understanding is that the VSBA is available to all of the board members, that you all may call them and speak to them individually, in particular about the policies that they write, and that they are also available to the division, but I think it's one person at the division.
Right.
That is correct. We can contact about policy and actually have the SBA attorney go through it with us if we have questions. And we already pay for it, might as well use it.
So there's a proposal to suspend policy that there needs to be a vote on.
Potentially, if somebody wants to make a motion for that, we could do that. I did call Janelle Lockey today, who is the policy person at VSBA. She said that there were 55 policies coming from them for their May update, 4 or 5 new ones, but most are updates to existing policies. And what I don't know is like, what is the alignment of, the things that VSBA is, asked divisions to update and what we were getting from SANS. I don't know what that Venn diagram was, and I think we'll have a different process potentially now. And there's also a very recent policy manual guide that we can, do you have that, Mr. Roberts? Okay. So that's apparently only 2 months old. That can kind of help some of this revision process. I don't think that there is any desire from anyone on this board to do things too fast without public input, that we would want it to be transparent with a process, but potentially to tether ourselves to something that's a little slower before perhaps this 5-year review was something that the state mandated might not make a lot of sense. So that's just some of the things that I've been thinking about as we approach this. I sent something out through Tosh today, just some internet research that I had done, and I apologize for taking so long to do it. Different policy review calendars and guidelines from lots of different divisions, some from Virginia and some from outside. No reason to reinvent the wheel, but perhaps if there's some way that you like how something was written here and something was written there, create a process that it's right for MCPS.
So for me, that
Franklin?
sounds like a great starting point. So for me, I would be more comfortable with having something in place, or at least a draft of something before we suspended what is already in place. Not to say that should hold us up from moving forward as we have, but just to say you go away and then we have nothing in place, like making sure we have time for community input in whatever process we use. So I would suggest that someone come back to us with a proposed change or policy or guidelines, whatever we want to call it, so we know what we're doing when we're moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is there a desire for a motion tonight to suspend the policy, or do we want to go along with Ms. Franklin's suggestion about kind of having the plan in place before we make a decision like that?
Yeah, I think we had to set this out for the vote for a month or so.
Okay.
Maybe June 16. Almost like I had that date in mind already.
Other board members, other comments or concerns?
So June 16 for these policies will give us the 4 weeks.
Yep.
Anyway, so. All right.
Does that mean by our next board meeting, we could possibly get a draft of something or first reading so that we know what we're moving forward with, and we could possibly take care of things before June 16th?
Well, I
What?
wanted to do June 16.
That's fine with me.
Do we, to that point, I mean, if we're already looking to approve these in 4 weeks, we want a calendar of what we're going to be doing, but do we want to just stick to the 4-week notice and approve them after 4 weeks of us reviewing them for the first read?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I mean, that gives everybody plenty of time to review it. We can work on the next chunk. That way, it's going to give everybody another month to review that chunk, plenty of time for public comment. I know we're 5 weeks or 6 weeks for the June 16th date, but again, that gives everybody plenty of time to be able to sit down, read through every one of the policies, compare them.
Okay. So again, if we just get all that in writing so that we can review it and say yay, nay, and move on.
Thank you.
Now, we had tabled the approval of 1-5.4 last time. Without any changes to it, we don't have to wait the 4 weeks. It's just if there's changes to it.
We went ahead and replaced that one with the VSBA policy, the model
Okay.
policy as well.
Because we even had included a regulation to piggyback on it. That just seemed like that was completely reinventing it when we could have just used the VSBA policy that
Yes.
very clearly and concisely states it.
And I do want to point out in the materials, the policy regarding FOIA that was there, that includes your policy. It also includes the exhibit that we need to publish on our website. It includes the regulation, and the regulation was where we would put in the things like the copy costs and the actual name of the person who's in charge of getting those copies. Because those things would change, and we wouldn't want to have a board meeting and go through the whole process to figure out the copy cost increase. And then it also had 2 exhibits that went with it. Those are community forms to use. And so that's why that one looks so different than the others. I just wanted to point out that format, that you'll see that in the future with other VSBA documents. And they code that right at the top so that you'll see the E for exhibit or the F for form. So.
Yeah, sorry, I said 1-5-4. That wasn't the correct one. It's 151.
You knew what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was looking at the wrong thing, so I was all kinds of confused.
I just ask a quick point of clarification because there are two different things happening here. What I'm hearing here is that we can, in a timely manner, go through all of these in tranches. At a 4-week interval, we do the first and then second read. So we don't need to suspend that policy in order to do this. So, because you were asking for something in writing about suspending the policy, but we don't need to suspend the policy if we just follow it. We just speed up, what's being sped up is instead of doing 1 or 2 policies over the month period, we're doing sections of the whole policy manual. Am I understanding correctly?
That's what I had suggested when I did the first set.
Okay.
Just get it done in chunks.
But in addition, we do want a calendar of kind of when we expect the chunks to come so that people can be prepared to put input in for that 4-week amendment.
Yeah, because what's going to happen is if we follow our policy is that when you've got a chunk done, it doesn't appear on our agenda. It's circulated with the board members a month in advance. So what would happen is that the public would see the first and second read unless they're involved in the revision process. That's how the policy is written for the revision, is that it's not a board meeting between the first read and the second read. It's that it's circulated with board members a month in advance before you even have the meeting, and then you just do the first and second read.
No, these were published, though.
Right, because we're not following the policy. What's supposed to happen is if we have revisions is a month before it gets the first read, it's supposed to be circulated with the board members for input. And that way, when you get to the first read, we're not doing what we've been doing since I've been on the board of like haggling over language and trying to negotiate. At that point, all board members have had input on any policy changes before they even do a first read. So that's what's laid out in our policy and how to revise board policy.
So lays another month in front of each
Correct.
section of policy, which is one of the reasons that we requested to suspend it. Just for now, until we can get caught up.
So for me and for what I was understanding, your concern has been for the last several changes was that the board was seeing the information before the public was seeing it. So I think the best move is what Dr. Roundtree suggested is that the public be able to see it as soon as possible so that they can help us sooner than later figure out if this is the best thing that works for the system. So therefore, we need to change the policy.
We can.
So if we follow the policy, it changes the 4 weeks that you were suggesting to actually 6 weeks, because it's the first read. It's available to the board 4 weeks before that first read.
But just to clarify, we don't have to start the process of receiving the next batch until after we've done the second read. So you can continue to speed it up. It's just you're involving the board a month and a half before you receive yours. So you do you work on revisions, you circulate, you take a month for the first, but after you've done that first month, sometime in that month period, you actually can provide the next batch and still maintain that cycle. So we can get through all of these still in a 6-month period. There's nothing that prevents us. We just have to have that leeway, and you can still have the community input. So it doesn't have to be extended across multiple years. So I don't think we need to suspend, and we can do this still relatively quickly and deliberatively.
The only caveat to that would be, as we start to develop these policies and we make the suggestions and make it public, right? Prior to that, though, we want to vet these things through our division, through our staff, right? And so that's going to add a little time there too. Which is fine.
That's fine. It's just like you can continue to roll it out.
Right.
So when we do the first and second read, there's nothing that says that we can't be in the process for the next batch and the batch after that. We just need to have a schedule for how we're going to do things.
What's your thoughts, Ms. Presley? I'm seeing your wheels turn there.
What I'd like to do is take the notes back and kind of think about this and come up with a schedule and see what it looks like on paper. I do have some concerns that we're not going to be able to get through this, as Dr. Guitry has suggested, time-wise, because of the first section is the bylaws. It's pretty cut and dry. We're going to start getting into some very meaty policies, and so I would need some guidance from you guys on how much you would like chunked. Right now, you've got 2-2. Section 2 has several more sections to it, and then we've got 3. So is it your preference to bring the entirety of 2 the next time I come up? And then the next time, the entirety of 3? Or do you want to pull this as 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4? Because as you see, the policies as we move forward, they get more complicated. And even this batch was not supposed to be complicated, but when we saw how dated, for example, the sex offender policy was, that became more complicated. And that's the concern that the district, the division has right now, is just we're already pretty far out of compliance with these. So we risk a problem coming up from one of the non-compliant policies. And it's been this way, so it's...
Yeah, I would suggest that we maybe need to do some triage a little bit and get those things that are the highest risk for our non-compliance taken care of more quickly. The sex offender policy with distribution of lists and whatnot is probably not legal.
It's not. We're going to get sued.
No, we do have in there, I think, in accordance with Virginia law. So if it's illegal, we can't do it.
Well, I mean, it's not like we've been following these policies anyway. It's just it to be mostly ignored.
So here's one of my concerns.
Yes.
With piling policies, one right after the other, batches of them to the board, is that's going to be, for me, quite frankly, overwhelming to have all these come. You got 4 weeks, you got a bunch, then you're going to talk about those, but while you're still talking about those, here comes another big bunch of them for you to be talking about.
Yes.
Really? I don't think that's going to be a good process for us to be able to manage. I just don't. Now, if that's what you do every day, then that's great, but that's not what I do every day, and I want to make sure what I'm doing is correct and to the best of my ability as a board member.
Yeah, I mean, just doing a little quick rough order of magnitude here. There's 7 sections. If each section contains 5 articles, going over 1 article per meeting, that's 35 meetings for us to get through all of them. And to your point, we're only going through half of an article today.
Imagine when, I guess we update the code of conduct frequently, but we do it piecemeal. So just that part will probably be extremely time consuming and need a lot of time built in with feedback from the people who have to use it every day before it even, comes to us.
So my thought is then we just go ahead and we'll put up the next chunk. If it's too much, say it's too much. If you can do more, say we can do more. I think deliberating on it is kind of pointless. It's just going to have to be this is too much, or this is perfect, or give us more. but we got to get it done.
That's true.
So, Ms. Pressler, do you feel like
Why
you
don't-
have some guidance?
I do, and for the next one, may I throw a suggestion out that we try to finish section 2, which would be 2.3, 2.4, and I think there's a 5. I can't remember right now. But finish the entirety of section 2 and see what that is like for you all in terms of the load. And I very much understand and empathize with your point, Ms. Franklin, about the workload. If it's coming in as you're working on it, I do think that's going to be problematic. And so I don't know that that's a good way to speed it up. I think that'll be an awful lot of policies at one time to keep straight. And we're not to section 5 yet, which is personnel, which that's going to need a lot of work. So
Yeah, that one has 9 articles.
Yeah, I was talking to a board member in another division, and they said that they spent 3 months just going through their financial policies. It was a very lengthy, deliberative, educational, but not a quick process. All right. Well,
Any
thank
more
you so much, Ms. Pressler.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you for your passion project, Mr. Roberts. It's what it's become, I think. Okay, so our last item on the agenda is the board self-evaluation, which also relates to one of our policies and something that we should be doing annually. Tosh shared via email a few weeks ago, or maybe it wasn't that long ago, just my concept of time is not good right now, the VSBA's instrument for that, and we have a print version of it. My question to you all is this sufficient? Is there anything that you would want to add or take away? And any suggested due dates for returning them back so that we can compile the information, and then the idea is that we discuss it.
Well, I'll kick it off. Yeah, I think this is a great form. Maybe we set it out, do it the 1st of June. Gives everybody a month. What did I say?
Have it, return it by?
Did I say fill it out? Yeah, fill it out. Got to write it out. You gotta write it out.
Hours to fill out.
It is 10:44, and my money was on, we might have to vote to extend, but
Maybe I
maybe
did.
not with a quick discussion.
It's late. It's way past time. Just fill out
Okay.
the form.
Just return by the first June meeting. You can use the paper copy, or I don't have a digital copy. I guess if you have Adobe Reader and want to do it, or Adobe product and want to make an electronic form, you can do that. We could probably make that fillable.
So here's my concern. We fill it out and then we sit and discuss it. And I know where that's going to go. Nowhere. So we need a facilitator, someone to help us work through this. It's the truth. It ain't going nowhere if somebody else ain't pushing us to do it. I've been there with this before, and no one said anything but me. And then another one was just thrown away because the board chair didn't like it. So we need help.
The board chair threw away an evaluation?
Yes, they did.
You're not allowed to throw away evaluations.
I do not think that I would last a day if I did that.
Oh, okay.
I think we should, thank you so much. I think this instrument is just fine for the first time. I'm more than happy to convert it into an editable document. It could even be turned into a Word document quite easily, and we can send it, we can circulate so you can add some notes. I think that we set this time frame for us to do our work and then come up with a facilitator or whatever to actually work through it. Not at this meeting, but at that, in the future meeting.
If I could make a suggestion, Tom Brewster, my 300 bus buddy, I'm sorry, at one time worked with the VSBA and can be a fantastic facilitator for us in this regards.
Now,
Tom-
if
Tom
you
just
feel
shrunk
you're
by
too
4 inches.
close, you just say, I'm too close to this. I don't want to do it. Just say it, okay?
He would be good.
He has not agreed yet. He just said, I'm fine.
Ms. Parton, any questions or concerns?
No, not at all. Glad we're doing it. We do need a facilitator. I agree with Ms. Franklin 100%. We always talk about things and we make great plans and somehow, sometimes they just don't ever come to fruition. So we haven't done this for a while, so I think this would be we've done it twice. I know, right. So it definitely would be good for us as a board. Absolutely.
Well, we're
So-
out of compliance with our own policy and also a best practice for school boards, so we're trying to realign a little bit here. Ms. Bond, any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine to go with what we've got.
Dr. Roundtree?
The document, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some. I mean, self-reflection's great, right? We're usually blind to our own faults. Maybe y'all aren't blind to mine. Getting anonymous feedback back from our school board office on these questions might be good, but probably too soon for the June 1st meeting. Maybe next year. You can always get input on yourself and then evaluate yourself. Okay.
All right. I think we have some direction on that, so thank you all for that, your support and your willingness to re-engage with this process. Moving on, are there any items of unfinished business? Are there any items of new business? Are there any announcements or information? Ms. Parton?
Sorry, guys, I know you're ready to go home. I will keep this brief. I was going to make it longer, but I have decided to cut it. But I do want to say that I'm very proud of everybody that we honored tonight. This is always my favorite meeting when we share in the the awards and all of our student accomplishments, our staff accomplishments. But I want to say tonight, District C had it in the bag because we had the choir, we had a student senior of the month, we had Brooks Underwood, who took home the Blue Ridge Art Contest. We also had Brandon Keith, who was my Stallsville Middle School principal, Leader of the Year, and Eddie Walters. And because Eddie lives in District C and is my neighbor, you count for District C, Eddie. So congratulations. I'm very proud of my district. And Teacher Appreciation Week is going on. And I just want to say again, all of this ties back into thanking all of our teachers for all they do. We couldn't do it without you. Our students couldn't succeed without you. And I do want to point out that starting today was Nurses Appreciation Week. not because I just have a brand new nurse at home, but I do want to also say that tomorrow is actually School Nurse Appreciation Day. So you guys thank your school nurse tomorrow because we need them and they do a phenomenal job of keeping our kids safe and well and all of that stuff. And I also want to give another shout out because I like to point out great teachers and our great students. Kate Buskell, who we actually stole from Radford City a couple of years ago. I'd like to take credit for that. She is one of our teachers in special ed out at Auburn. She actually helped with one of my daughter's graduation gifts from Radford University this weekend, and it actually came through Miss Gilmer's entrepreneurship class at Auburn High School. And what she did was the class made her this very cool mug with a metal straw even, and decorated it and had the nurse logos, everything about nursing, and that was done by our students. I don't know if I took some not so good pictures, but I kind of wanted you guys to see. I don't know if you can see it real well. The scrub top is at the bottom, and that's one side of it, and then the other side. The students just blow me away. And the fact that we had teachers that reached out to other teachers and students that got involved to show off what they can do. I am just so impressed. So I am going to bring them to the attention of the community and the schools to say, you guys give yourselves a pat on the back, all of you, our teachers, our staff, our bus drivers, our custodians, our paraprofessionals, our sped eds, everyone. It takes a village. And for our kids to walk across that stage in a couple weeks, they could not do it without you. And I know I have watched mine walk across the stage for a diploma 3 times since yesterday, and everything that I continually hear is either something that she has told me that a teacher has said to her that encouraged her, something that a bus driver has done, something that a custodian has done. She's an athlete, so our coaches have made a huge difference. So literally, we have the best well-rounded people here for our kids, and it truly takes everyone for them to succeed. So heartfelt thank you, because I know she couldn't have done it without you. She knows she couldn't do it without you, and I want to give credit where credit's due. We're pretty awesome, and I'm super proud of our school system.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parton. Dr. Gitry.
Very quickly. Yes, thank our teachers as well. I just, we only hear about some of the achievements of our staff and our students. There are a lot of things that we don't hear about. So just a really quick shout out to Ms. Moss and to the students in the Scholar Bowl. One state again, best year. I just think that's amazing. And Monsieur Murray may have not been Virginia's Teacher of the Year, but in my book, he's Virginia's Teacher of the Year. And so I'm just so proud of his accomplishment and how well he's represented us, but also so many of our teachers. So I am humbled to be in this position. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, teachers. Thank you, nurses.
I just would like to do a shout out to Christiansburg High School kids that had their signing day last Friday, and my grandson was one of them who signed on to play baseball at Concord. So I'm real proud of him and 6 of the other students at Christiansburg High School as well. And I'm not sure what our other schools in the county, I'm sure they had plenty of kids that are going to play different sports as well. So congratulations to all of them. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, board members. Again, I guess to echo what others have said, thank you to our teachers all the time, but especially during Teacher Appreciation Week and Day. And also thank you to our nurses. I think we had a Principal Appreciation Day. Was it last week? Just thank you all for all the work that you've done. And I wanted to give one more shout out to the cast, crew, and musicians of Crazy for You at BHS. It was a really amazing performance that you all put on, and I know that all the theater groups do a great job, but that was really quite spectacular. If there aren't any other announcements, Our upcoming school board meetings, we do need to have a special budget session next Tuesday, May 12th. Sadly, I do not believe that the General Assembly will make any decisions for us before then, so we still need to move ahead with our timeline on that. And then our next regular meeting will be May 19th. Agenda prep will be on Thursday for that. And I adjourn this meeting at 10:56 p.m.